Resumed. Members of council, please take your seats. Members, please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of John Horgan and Linda McCarthy. Thank you. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Toronto flag. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow.
Today we are celebrating a very special milestone, the 50th anniversary of the official City of Toronto flag. A competition for a new flag was launched in 1974 by then Mayor William Dennison. There should be a original. There it is, okay. Over 700 submissions were received for the competition. And on November 6, 1974, right here at this council chamber, by unanimous vote, the new flag was approved by the Toronto City Council. Behind me, you will see the very first prototype of the Toronto flag that was displayed in council on that day. This is the one. The winning design was submitted by Renee DeSantis, who was at that time a graphic arts student at George Brown College, and at the tender age of 21. Renee is up there on Renee's original application is on the screen, okay? And Renee is here with us today to celebrate 50 years later. He is joined by his family, friends, and colleagues. Give him a big round welcome, applause. There he is. Now, Renee's iconic design included some very important elements. This include the beautiful sky, the blue background, the twin towers of City Hall in a white T shape, Toronto, yeah. The red maple leaf of the flag of Canada, which represents the council chamber at the base of the towers. The first official flag raising of the new Toronto flag took place on November 7th, 1974, on Nathan Phillips Square, and was presided over by then Mayor David Crombie. Ah, yes. The tiny, perfect mayor, right? When amalgamation took place, a second design competition was launched in 1999. And the task was actually taken up by former Councillor Doug Holliday, who is also with us today. Welcome to the council chamber. Now, the public was invited to submit designs. There were hundreds of them pouring in, but in the end, council, not just council, but with all the people also at the council chamber, chose to use the original Toronto flag as the official flag instead of selecting the new one. That's how timeless this flag is. Now, this happened after Renee DeSantis suggested modifying original winning design to just the standard proportions, just minor tinkering. And today, the flag flies proudly across our city in many places. It is a familiar sight to people who come here from all over the world. Think of the 500,000 Swifties that are in the city of Toronto, right? All over the world. And all our civic centers, as well as our parks, our ferries, our libraries, our community centers, and all the civic centers. That's really quite amazing. There are various activities being planned to mark this very special occasion. I know that members of council have been providing flag decals and paper flags and pins, and we've been all wearing them. We all feel very proud of the flag. And some schools are also undertaking activities with their students. And the City Fleet Service has also been proudly displaying the Toronto flag on vehicles. I encourage businesses, attractions, even people's home to fly the Toronto flag to mark this anniversary. Last week, on November 7th, 50 years to the date of the first raising of the flag right here at City Hall, a special Toronto flag was raised to commemorate the first ceremony in 1974. I have with me here today the flag that flew last week here at City Hall to mark the occasion. And I believe Richard is going to hand me something. Now, there's no greater fan of Toronto and the flag than Renee DeSantis. It's my pleasure right now to invite Renee as the designer of the flag all those years ago. And someone can maybe take his phone and continue the videotaping, up to accept something special from the City of Toronto members of council as a memento of this day and its contribution to our civic symbols. And thanking you for your inspired, timeless design and for your ongoing promotion of the flag all these years. So it's an honor for me to present this. This is the flag, framed just for you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, fly the flag proudly. Thank you.
And thank you, Renee, for being here. Thank you, and thank you for all your hard work. And you remember we had T-shirts years ago, right? That were handed out. Some councillors received those T-shirts. And Councillor Cole, did you say you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want, Renee's a longtime constituent of mine, and I think ever since I've known him over the last 30 years, there hasn't been a time he hasn't mentioned the flag. So, would you keep quiet now, Renee? Are you happy, finally? Anyways, listen, this is a great way we can ensure we demonstrate our pride in the people of Toronto and the City of Toronto, so it's a great opportunity to just show our flag and how much we care about this city. So, and I have a motion seconded by you too, that we're going to be presented later to ask for possibly flying the flag at more city locations too.
Thank you. Okay, members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. CC 23.1, respecting local democracy in cities. Yesterday afternoon, the city manager just submitted a supplementary report with the recommendations. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 23.7, review of the order paper. There are 52 items left on the agenda, including 24 member motions. The mayor has timed her second key matter, item PH 16.4, implementing a rental renovation license bylaw to address renovictions as the first item of business this morning. I will now take the release of holds, and the clerk will open up the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Now, Mayor Chow, I believe that you want to declare a conflict.
Madam Speaker, I rise to declare an interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. My interest is in item MM 23.16, 171 Pendrift Street. Request for city solicitor to attend at the Toronto local appeal body. My interest is that I have a family member who own and live at an address near the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any release of holds? Any release of holds? Okay, Councillor Cole.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have one item I'd like to release under new business, CC 23.6, various addresses on Lawrence Avenue West and Avenue Road. It's request for directions, and I just have an amendment I've worked out with staff that I'd like to add to it and then release it.
Okay, pardon? Do we have it? Oh, it's not, Councillor Coe, it's not ready. Councillor Coe, it's not ready. Okay, any further releases? Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm still not in the portal. Madam Speaker, EC items 1 and 2, sidewalks to Skylines and Culture Connects. I have them under hold, but to facilitate the speaking order, because I'm not the chair, I'm going to release the hold of those items to Councillor Moyse. He'll hold them.
Which item was that again, Councillor?
EC 1 and 2.
Okay.
Thanks.
So you're going to pass it on to Councillor Moyse.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thanks.
I
Are there any further releases? Councillor Cheng, you have a, please don't put your, okay. Councillor Cheng, a release?
I'd like to release CC 23.20, 53-63 Shepherd Avenue West.
CC 2320, Councillor Cheng is releasing. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Do they not have access to their computer? The list is not picking up? Councillor Pasternak, do you have a release?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release CC 23.19 on a recorded vote, please. It is 3374 Keel Street zoning amendment application.
Okay, so Councillor Pasternak is releasing CC 23.19, 3374 Keel Street. On favor?
No, on a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Councillor Fletcher, please, how do you vote? Thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 21 to 1.
Okay. Are there any further releases? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. CC 23.13, sorry, 23.13, yes, 16 Yorkville Avenue. I
Sorry,
have
I didn't hear that number.
23.13, 69 Yorkville Avenue.
Okay.
I have a motion.
Does the staff have your motion?
Yes.
Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen. Oh, I don't see it on my screen. Okay. Yorkville. Okay, no, hold? Okay, thank you. All right, are there any further releases? No. Okay. Oh, is it not working here? None of the names are on my screen. Okay. Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, I'm showing that PH 16.3, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, Beaches East York pilot project, official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, decision report is still on the agenda. Thought I quick released it yesterday, but if it's still on there, yeah, I thought I did, but it's showing for me that, yeah, I would. Didn't you have something with something else? It was this? Oh, okay.
We'll look into it. Councillor McKelvey, did you have a quick release? No, timing. Timing, okay. Yes, Councillor Carroll?
This is, it's not really a point of order. It's on a point of delicious stacks and women's leadership. Just so that people know, at lunchtime, Girl Guides of Canada, who provide leadership opportunities for young women and cookies for all Canadians, will be selling cookies in the rotunda. I'm going to go down and have my picture taken with them, and you are all invited to join.
Thank you.
Bring your cat.
Okay. All those in favor? Oh, okay, sorry. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you. I have a motion to adjust timing. Councillor Carroll has agreed, as it was her item that was timed.
There it is on the screen.
Thank you. That City Council consider item IE 14.4 headed Parkside Drive final study report as the first item of business after the mayor's second key item, followed by CC 23.1 headed respecting local democracy in cities before consideration of the previously timed items EC 16.1 and 16.2. And thank you, Councillor Carroll.
Okay, on favor? Carried.
Moved up Parkside.
All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended? On favor? Carried. Members, I have reviewed some urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have 18 members? We do? Okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is urgent because there's certain deadlines to access provincial funding for recreational assets. So these approvals written by staff need to be addressed by council.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning. This is a matter that we discussed yesterday regarding the Terra Avenue and Moorgate, a bus stop for this location. The matter is actually urgent because this matter is actually in front of the Minister of Environment and Conservation and Parks to make a decision on this particular matter, and that's the reason for the urgency.
Submitted that in yet? Okay. All in favor? Carried. Well, we haven't introduced, we have to introduce it. Councillor McKelvey?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm introducing authority to negotiate an inter-operating and maintenance agreements with TRCA for the Meadowway, and it's urgent so that we can execute the operating agreement.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Cole.
Yes, I want to introduce this motion again, asking for staff to look at the feasibility of expanding flag that's displayed across the city, and it's urgent because today's the anniversary, so we want to mark this day with maybe more opportunities to fly the flag.
All in favor? Carried. That's it? Okay. Okay, members, before we go to the Mayor's key item, which is PH 16.4, Deputy Mayor Malik, you wanted to make an announcement?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm not sure if you've heard, but today is the first day of the Eras Tour in Toronto, and I want us to give a big Toronto welcome to Taylor Swift and all the Swifties who are coming from near and far to enjoy our city over 6 concert dates over the next 2 weeks. And I want to take this moment especially to acknowledge and appreciate the work of city staff from across divisions and agencies and corporations and our partners who have worked very hard to prepare over the last few months. And I want to give some very specific shout outs in particular. First to Deputy City Manager Will Johnston and his team, particularly Jill Batta, the whole team at Toronto Emergency Management, because safety and an enjoyable experience for everyone is the highest priority as we look to welcome hundreds of thousands of people into our city. I want to especially thank Joanna and Mike Greif from the Toronto Emergency Management team. A special shout out to Transportation Services, to Barbara Gray, Roger Brown, and Linda Lee, who have been at the center of the coordination to ensure that whether you are visiting the city or you call Toronto and our downtown home, you are working or coming through it, that you have all the information to be able to get around. And to Economic Development and Culture, to Pat Tobin, and especially to Alex Sharma and Julie Frost, who took my inspiration from Taylor's most recent album and together created the TO Poets Department to put a spotlight on local artists and culture makers, and particularly our city's poet laureates, Lillian Allen, and our youth poet laureate, Shahada Jack, who have curated an incredible series of poets. More than 20 poets are going to be participating in that initiative right along Taylor Swift Way on concert nights, and that begins today. And thank you to the team at TTC, particularly for giving Swifties the better way to get around. And I don't know if anyone has seen it yet, but you have to get a special edition ride guide. It is absolutely beautiful. And a big thank you to Toronto Parking Authority and Bike Share for putting the emphasis on making sure there's more docking stations, more bikes, a $19.89 deal for a 3-day pass, so that Swifties and all of us who call Toronto and downtown our home know that that is probably the optimal way to get around on our amazing bike network. And most of all, to our partners in emergency services, Toronto Police Services, who have been alongside the city every step of the way, Toronto Fire Services, Toronto Paramedics, Strategic Public and Employee Communications, and Destination Toronto, with a special recognition for Andrew Weir's leadership. I also want to thank the team at the Rogers Centre for the coordination and the communication to prepare for this incredible undertaking. Thank you all for your work. We have been doing everything we can to get ready and to plan, and first and foremost for public safety, to ensure that concert goers and residents can get around and have all the information they need to do so, and to create opportunities for local businesses to benefit and for Toronto's own local artists to shine. And we know this is just the beginning. In the weeks ahead, we will continue to improve and iterate our own work. And I want to give an extra special shout out to the biggest Swiftie on council, Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey. Can we give her a round of applause for the inspiration for Taylor Swift Way, the partnership with Rogers, and this very powerful and important partnership with the Daily Bread Food Bank and the leadership of Neil Hetherington to take this opportunity to raise money for the crucially needed services that the Daily Bread Food Bank provides right across our city to address food insecurity in every neighborhood, and to invite all Torontonians to be the superstars that we know they are by supporting local food banks and organizations that address this issue, and to participate in the benefit auction to make one of those 22 signs your own. And Deputy Mayor McKelvey shared with me this morning that we have already raised over $50,000 with those signs, and that is just the beginning. I look forward to us continuing to catch the excitement from the Eras Tour, to show the world what we have to offer here in Toronto, to do it in a safe and enjoyable way, and to keep learning these important lessons, to be the city to host amazing events like this, especially as we prepare for FIFA in 2026. Let's show everyone what we've got and that we're ready for it. Thank you so much.
I want one of those bracelets. Mayor Chow.
Well, speaking about bracelet, I just want to add on the list of the thank yous to the folks at the Toronto Public Library. I went to one of the events, it was storytelling, and there were hundreds of young people, older people. They were making bracelets, and I got 8, and we were exchanging bracelets. It was all very, very, people were connected with each other, and they were having so much joyous time through music, through stories, through making things, and it really celebrates Toronto and celebrates the spirit of kindness and sharing, because I trade a few. I even got one that's a Taylor Swift, a Taylor bike lane. Go figure. Anyway, anyway, so I just want to thank the Toronto librarians that are putting a lot of work in, because they have activities all through the next 10, 15 days, right? And it's just, and also a lot of the nonprofit groups that come together, like Choir, doing sing-along and all of those amazing things, bringing people together. You're talking about 500,000 Torontonians and all the people outside Toronto coming together, feeling very proud of the city and celebrating. So welcome to Toronto, all the Swifties in town. And of course, Taylor Swift herself. Thank you, Madame Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, Madame Speaker, you can have one of my bracelets.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, we have to get back to the agenda, but Councillor Chang, do you have a fast announcement?
I do. I'd like to take a moment and just wish all those in our city who recently have celebrated Diwali a happy Diwali. 1 billion people on our planet celebrate Diwali, and it's a multi-week celebration, and it symbolizes the overcoming of darkness with light, and that is what we do here at Council together. And so I'm also proud to say this is the second year that we celebrated Diwali in North York. The North York Diwali Fest was a homegrown event that began with one of my staff members, Nisha Maria, and a local business owner, Rashmi Mishra, and together they launched this beautiful celebration that is now a tradition. And this year we drew over 25,000 people to Melasman Square. So I want to wish all of our Southeast Asian residents a happy Diwali. I'd also like to wish my fellow new councillors a happy 2 years on council. So Councillor Bravo, Councillor Myers, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Sachs, Deputy Mayor Morley, together, and Councillor Moyes, together we have I don't know, endured is maybe not the right word, risen above the last 2 years of council, and we thank all our fellow colleagues. I'm so grateful to share this experience with you. We walked in here, down those steps on our first day, and it was November 15th, and so I thank you for this wonderful journey, and I look forward to the many things that we'll accomplish together. And the last thing I want to say is that today is the last day to sign up for the Secret Santa for councillors and mayor. So please sign up, because next month you don't want to be left out on the first day of council when we will exchange gifts that feature local artisans in our ward. So please sign up today, and the drawing of names will happen tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to the mayor's key item, which is PH 16.4. If you have questions to staff, if you can please put your name on the screen. Questions to staff on the, okay, if you can put your name on the screen. You can't get on the screen? Oh, you're on it now. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you very much. I wanted to just confirm that in this consultation, I think I read somewhere 1,500 tenants or more that were involved in personal and online consultation as well as meetings. Is that right?
Through the chair, that is correct, Councillor. Through the consultation process, we had 6 public sessions, 1 virtual session, as well as an online survey. More than 1,400 people participated in the survey, as well as 100 individuals participated in the in-person sessions, and approximately 70 in the online consultation process.
So that's quite a robust consultation. Would agree with that, correct?
Through the chair, I would agree with you, Councillor.
Yes. And then there was overwhelming support for taking this step in the City of Toronto, I'm assuming, in all those consultations.
The feedback we received through the consultation indicated that there was a majority support for a Renovictions bylaw within Toronto, similar to Hamilton.
Now, the other thing is just in the numbers, that there are a number of Renovictions that take place, and I know that you were recently in the Speaker's ward where there's a Renoviction taking place, pretty classic. And this bylaw, would that interrupt that kind of activity by a small landlord in a small building of 20 or so units?
Through the chair, as you know, Councillor, Renovictions displace tenants. It impacts the permanent availability of affordable housing, and upsets the life of tenants in general. The bylaw is designed that where N13 notices are issued, that individuals obtain a license, and this license application provides for oversight to ensure that vacant occupancy that is being requested is actually legit.
Yes, so someone who says you have to leave, and I've got a drawing that isn't stamped, there's no renovation license, and they don't have a building permit, tenants would need to know you don't have to leave when this bylaw is in effect, correct?
That is correct.
And between now and then, I'm wondering what's possible to assist. There are a number of tenant organizations that the city funds through, I'm not sure, I can't remember the name, but we do fund quite a few. And whether or not there's some way to look at an in-year change that between now and when the bylaw comes into effect in June, that we can make sure tenants are aware of what to do even without the bylaw. Can we look at some way to do that? And are you looking today at how we can, maybe Ms. Bond has that. She's got that. You look after those tenant groups out of Housing Secretariat, I think. So what steps could we take to advance some of that so they're not completely protected by the bylaw, but they're protected by being able to get some help and walk through. You don't have to leave, stay, don't take the money because we know they're giving thousands of dollars, which really doesn't last that long, and then they're out of a place and unable to afford a new place. And I just want to go back to what happened is happening currently in the Speaker's ward.
Yes, through the Speaker, thank you, Councillor. So the Housing Secretariat, through our grants program, our Toronto Tenant Support Program, we fund a number of organizations, including CCHR, FMTA, and the Centre for Immigrant and Community Services already. We indicated in the supplementary report that we could increase the amount of funding we could make available to them, especially for the first half of 2025 in advance of the new bylaw coming into effect, and we could actually start to flow those funds immediately.
Thank you. That's, I think okay. There might be a motion, but as long as we know that, because once we do this, everybody's going to say, I think we're anticipating, I've got to get ahead of the bylaw. So we do have to, if we're trying to protect tenants and stop renovictions, I really appreciate that you say you have the ability to step up right at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you. Mr. Gogna, I think you're there. Can you tell me how much the license is per renovation? What's the charge to the renovator, the owner?
The bylaw proposes an application, license application fee of $700.
$700. If you wanted to make this fully cost recoverable under that license, what would you have to charge people?
At this point, based on the information available, and I'll qualify that by saying that data for Renovictions is limited. Okay. Based on what we're proposing right now, the the cost would be approximately $2 million, but we'll bring that forward through the budget process.
$2 million, but how many applications are there then?
So
$2 million divided by what? 5,000?
Right. So currently, what we know is that 165 N13 applications were appealed in 2022. But we also know that through surveys conducted, that only 4% of individuals actually leave when ordered order to leave through a regulatory body, which means that 96% of tenants typically would leave at the request of a landlord. But this kind of information currently is not collected by anyone, so the actual number is still unknown. We suspect that number is actually exponentially higher.
But you plan for 160 in the report.
165 is only to describe the information that is currently known at this point, which would result in a 6% cost recovery.
So, but to go back, the volume of work you're expecting is 160 applications under this program.
We're expecting a volume much higher than 165. 165 is what is known currently. Okay. But we're expecting that the volume to be much higher.
So I saw a report online by Acorn, and they gave the number of N13s in this category. Over 5 years, I think it was, sorry, 6.5 years, it was 950. So I realize that's not government data, but that's an advocacy group out there. Would you say that the 160 is approximately 950 divided by 6.5? Gives you an idea.
Approximately. The 950, again, is the number of applications that were filed with the LTB. It doesn't include applications that, it doesn't include instances where tenants just left without approaching the LTB.
But your license is triggered by an N13, is it not?
That is correct.
So what does a tenant leaving have anything to do with this program?
So through the chair, what we hear is, quite often when a landlord provides an N13 to a landlord, a landlord provides an N13 to a tenant, tenants frequently just leave without knowing their rights, without exercising their rights under the RTA.
So an N13 is a legitimate process governed by the Landlord-Tenant Board. Sometimes landlords have to renovate. Sometimes they have to do work. Sometimes they have to demolish the unit to put a bigger building up.
So thank you for the question through the chair. This bylaw does not prevent landlords from performing those kinds of renovations. Landlords can continue to obtain a renovation license and perform the necessary repairs to upkeep the unit. The intent of the renovation license is really to deal with bad faith landlords. Bad faith.
How many landlords were convicted for bad faith renovations?
Through the chair, sorry, Councillor, I don't have that information.
Would you believe me if I read you the headline of a story that said from 2020 to 2023, 13 landlords in Ontario, 3 of which were in Toronto? How many?
I cannot confirm or deny that.
Oh, the last thing, does this program prevent anyone from being evicted under the N13 process? Because that's not the City of Toronto.
Councillor Holiday, that's your last question.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may finish. This is a process aside done through the building department where you will look at the activity proposed by that landlord and enforce under that umbrella. But the N13 process is completely separate.
Through the chair, that is correct. The RTA process or the issuance of N13s is totally distinct process from the renovation license. The renovation license does not prevent a landlord from issuing an N13.
Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. I just wanted some clarity when a property owner or a landlord is ordered to do emergency or required renovations or improvements under Rent Safe TO or under fire services, and they cannot be done with the tenant there. At what is this considered a renoviction, or is there a process for moving the tenant out? And during the renovation, with I guess a guarantee that they would come back, they could come back if they wanted to. Is there protections under those circumstances?
Through the chair, Councillor, when a building is in a state where it's perhaps in an unsafe condition, immediate remedies need to be undertaken. There are processes already in place. There's regulatory framework already in place that the city can rely on to ensure that those unsafe conditions are remedied. The bylaw does not prevent or hinder in that process.
And does this also cover, I guess, basement apartments where a homeowner also is doing, I guess, could be ordered improvements or general upgrade, does this reach into private homes who are renting out part of their home or their basement?
Through the chair, the bylaw applies to all rental units with limited exemptions within Toronto. The limited exemptions would be, facilities like shelters, as an example, or government-owned residential buildings, hotels, motels, those kinds of things.
Right, but basement apartments?
The bylaw would apply to those.
It would. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The Speaker would now like to ask some questions. Hang on, please, Speaker. There you go.
So to the city staff, under the Toronto Building Code Act, what authority do you have on revoking a permit under the building code?
Through the Speaker. The Building Code Act authorizes the chief building official, pursuant to Section 25, to consider revocation of a building permit where the building permit has been issued in error, false information, or where perhaps the construction has not commenced, or demolition work has not commenced within 6 months after permit issuance.
Okay, so it's 6 months then, once the permit is issued, and they haven't commenced work, then at that point, there's an opportunity to revoke their building permit, correct?
The chief building official may consider the circumstances and exercise his or her authority under that act, yes.
Now, I know we received a supplementary report on the request that we made at Planning and Housing. So now until the bylaw is passed in July of 2025, what resources do we have, or resources do you have, or maybe the Housing Secretary, to protect some of these tenants that are going through the eviction process now?
One thing we'll be doing as part of the implementation of the bylaw, should council pass the bylaw to July 31st, 2025, is engage in a public education campaign to educate tenants and landlords of their rights under the renovation bylaw, as well as how they can comply with it. Through the supplementary report, there's other measures being proposed, and I'll ask the Housing Secretary to perhaps elaborate on those.
Thanks. Through the Speaker, we have a number of, in addition to the extra resources that we highlighted in the supplementary report, the extra 700,000 that we would expedite and flow quickly to the organizations like CCRA and FMTA who support tenants directly. They also engage in public education, but they also provide specific legal support for individual tenants wanting to challenge maybe bad faith evictions, etc. In addition to that, we have our rights tool that is available online, and we have an eviction prevention handbook, which we will continue to roll out into libraries, etc., community centers to support tenants.
Okay, just one other question. So when a landlord applies for a building permit, the tenants that live in the building are not aware that the landlord applied for this building permit. And it's not until we issue that building permit, then the landlord starts giving notices to tenants. So how do we communicate that to tenants? Because tenants don't know that their actual landlord has applied for this building permit. And once they get an eviction notice, then they understand, well, we're being evicted. So how can this be communicated to tenants in advance of us giving them a building permit?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. Currently, you're correct. Under the Building Code Act, there is no provision to inform tenants of the building code of a building permit having been issued or is in the process of being issued. However, we do currently have an online portal that the public in general can access, which describes or which outlines the status of building permit applications by address. So that is one resource tenants can tap into. Through the license bylaw, we are integrating the processes with the building permit, where we will have an ability to inform tenants early on when license applications are applied for. So tenants will have that information well in advance, as opposed to what is available right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next questioner is Councillor Burnside. 1 second, please.
Why, thank you. Through you.
There you go.
Can I start?
Yes, please. Yes, you're on. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So just to be clear, what is the purpose of the bylaw?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. Really, the bylaw aims to curb bad faith evictions that displace tenants, create the loss of affordable housing, and really seeks to protect tenants where they're being evicted due to renovations, to ensure that that renoviction is actually legit and requiring vacant occupancy.
Okay, so that's the sole purpose. So if someone's doing a renovation that requires that the tenant leave the unit, there's nothing bad faith about that as long as they come back in.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, so is there not part of this where the landlord has to pay for their moving expenses and those sorts of things?
Through the chair, there is an element in the bylaw that requires an accommodation or compensation plan to be submitted as part of the license application. This principle is not new. It is mirrored in the RTA, as well as the demolition rental bylaw as well. And in fact, it does closely align with Toronto's rental demolition bylaw.
Right, so I didn't ask, respectfully, I wasn't asking through the speaker whether it was new. I was trying to understand, and I did elicit that, the purpose of the bylaw. This seems to be going outside the reach of the purpose.
Through the chair, what we heard through consultation was that the compensation that's provided through the RTA is inadequate for individuals being displaced through renovations, whether good faith, or bad faith doesn't.
So through the speaker, then there's more than one purpose here.
Well, I think through the chair, it provides with a wholesome solution to an issue of renovation.
Okay, well, I guess we can agree to disagree on that. So, have you done any, or as part of your study, have you looked at the cost that a landlord of a single unit, what that cost would be if someone were to, if they were to have to move out for a month, 2 months, 3 months? Like, what is the impact? Because we're trying to understand, or we're trying to protect rental housing, but where there's a financial impact, we can naturally assume that people may not be so willing to rent out units if the burden, the overall burden, is too great. So what studies have you done, can you provide to let us, to help inform this discussion?
Through the chair, we have done that analysis, and I'm going to ask staff to just maybe go through the numbers.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Madam Speaker, we did take a look at that. The answer is that it would be really variable as to what the cost to a landlord would be. The newer units would pay less. The older units may have to pay a little more. There would be moving costs in every case. But as far as a rent gap payment or anything along those lines, it would be quite variable. And
so we don't
very much
know
on the facts. So there would
through
be
the speaker, we really don't know. We're putting in this framework where we really don't understand the impact. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, I can give you an example. we looked at examples. So if a tenant is living in a 2-bedroom apartment, their rent is around $2,000 a month. If they had to move out for 6 months, including moving expenses, the moving allowance, you'd be looking at between 10 and 11,000 as a cost for the landlord. But that's an example, as my colleagues
Okay,
have
cool.
said.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so then I just have one more question, and that's very helpful. I appreciate it. My understanding is the province has made changes, but they have not enacted the regulations. Is that correct?
That is correct. The province has introduced Bill 97, but the regulations pertaining to those have yet to be introduced. City Council has, I believe back in June, made a recommendation to the province to enact regulations to prevent renovictions. Those have yet
Okay, so then my final question would then be, if they were to enact the regulations, how would that impact this program or proposal? Would it nullify the need, or how do you see that?
Through the chair, Councillor, as we don't have those regulations in front of us, so we'll definitely have to review what the exact content of those regulations are. But there is possibility that some elements of this bylaw may be redundant once the province introduces those legislations. I can also advise that in BC, Westminster repealed the bylaw once the province introduced the legislation.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. So did you say earlier that this report and recommendations are following a model created by the City of Hamilton? Just want to verify that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through the chair. In June, staff were directed to come forward with a Hamilton-style renovation bylaw. So this particular bylaw uses that approach. Yes.
Okay, so do we know, since that's happened in June, do we have any current stats or data that would indicate how well their policies are working within the city, within Hamilton?
Through the chair, Councillor, the Hamilton bylaw comes into effect in January 2025. So currently, we do not have that information as that bylaw is not enforced yet.
So all we have right now is an idea, a suggestion, has been approved, no data, but yet we're following that model, not knowing how successful it may be.
Through the Speaker, I would add that a number of other jurisdictions similar to Hamilton, like New Westminster in BC, introduced similar types of legislation in an effort to curb these kind of bad faith evictions. In BC, we saw the provincial government follow up. Because they were successful, they followed up with provincial legislation, amending the Residential Tenancy Act, and thereby removing the need for many of the municipalities to have their own bylaws. So I think it's reasonable for us to assume that implementation of a bylaw at a municipal level here in Ontario could have a similar effect.
All right, thank you. Just want to ask a couple of questions around the expenses and responsibility of the landlord, not so much a tenant, but the landlord in terms of expenses. So can you explain how the rent gap formula works, and why are we providing a rent gap formula, an opportunity to the tenant in this bylaw?
Certainly. Madam Speaker, the rent gap formula is there to do exactly that, to allow a tenant who is facing eviction due to renovation, the ability to afford a market rent, a current market rent. The rent that they're paying, maybe from many years ago, it's been increased at increments that have not kept up with the market rate. So what the bylaw would require is for the payment from the landlord to the tenant to be that gap between what they're currently paying and what would allow them to find a comparable rental unit within the city of Toronto.
Okay, but should the tenant not return or decide not to return to the unit, there's an additional burden on the landlord to pay compensation equal to, it says here, equal to 3 months of rent. Can you elaborate on that, please?
So that's an enhancement, Councillor and Speaker. That is an enhancement over the requirements of the Residential Tenancies Act that would require up to a 3-month payment. That would allow the tenant that's being displaced to pay deposits, first and last month's rent, again, at market rent. The Residential Tenancies Act would allow up to 3 months of the rent payments of their current rent, which again, could be way below market value. So what this bylaw would require is that that rent gap be paid for a period of 3 months so that that tenant would be able to make first and last month's rent as well as any other miscellaneous costs. So it follows the framework of the Residential Tenancies Act, but again, it is an enhancement to it.
And again, it's designed to assist the tenant, and it falls on the shoulders of the landlord to assist the tenant to ensure that they have the financial ability to move into another unit.
That is the way the bylaw is set up. It would be a requirement of the license, yes.
Additionally, regardless of the option that the tenant chooses for the tenant accommodation or compensation plan, the landlord is also asked to provide an additional allowance. I think it's called a moving allowance, up to $2,500.
That would vary depending on the size of the units, Councillor and Madam Speaker. It would be $1,500 for a studio or a one-bedroom apartment, and $2,500 moving allowance for a 2-bedroom or larger apartment.
That was your last question. Councillor Mantis. Councillor Mantis, are you there? Are you there? I guess he's somewhere out there. I have no idea where he is. I don't know. Okay, Mayor Chow to speak. We'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow.
First off, I want to thank Councillor Paula Fletcher for her advocacy on this bylaw and protecting the tenants for many years, actually, fighting for tenants in her community and chairing the Protection of Affordable Rental Subcommittee and spearheading this bylaw on council. I also want to acknowledge Councillor Perks for his leadership on the Planning and Housing Committee, the members of the committee, and of course city staff that's done a lot of work to put this bylaw together. Thank you for getting us to this moment for renters across the city. And as you know, 50% of Torontonians are renters, and there have been a group of renters that have been organizing and been pushing the city to get this done, and we want to thank their efforts also. You've heard here that I lived in a rental apartment building when I first arrived to Toronto, and with one salary, one of my mom as a maid and then a cleaner of a hotel, we were able to afford a 2-bedroom apartment. That's unheard of now. But the second part of it is that my dad continued to live there till his 80s. And through those several decades, the apartment have gone through a lot of renovation. I recalled helping him move his kitchen cabinet around because they were renovating the kitchen. And then after that, the balcony, because some of the concretes were not stable, so it was a major work. The carpet was changed at different places. The elevator were reconstructed. The lobby changed. Through all that renovation, he was never asked to leave. He did not have to vacate his unit. So right now, what we're hearing is that a lot of renters are being asked to leave when there's renovation in their apartment, in the units. Well, why? Because there's a loophole. Right now, if they get evicted, if they live in an apartment that have been built before 2018, they're protected by rent control. But once you leave, you go into a new place, there's no rent control. So they may be seeing their rent double or triple because they were at a place that was rent controlled, and then because of Renoviction, we now even have a word for it, their rent all of a sudden get doubled or tripled, and some of them said, where am I going to go? They end up being homeless because they can't afford it. So what this bylaw does is to protect these kind of tenants. Now, for landlords that have no intention or never do this kind of thing, that because they don't want to, because they didn't need to vacate a unit to do a renovation, this bylaw has nothing to do with them, okay? We're just talking of a few folks that see this loopholes. They are evicting people for no good reasons as an excuse so they could jack up the rent and earn more money. Those are the landlord that we are saying, wait a second, if you really are doing it, you have to get a building permit anyway. In your building permit, the city is going to look at the building permit and say, well, do you really need to vacate the unit for the kind of work you're doing? Maybe you don't, or do you? So once they actually submit that, we can then keep an eye on it. So needless renovation, evictions can be prevented. Secondly, if they have to evict folks, I get it. Sometimes if you're making the entire unit, you have to renovate it then, they will offer the unit back to the tenants, and which then is a win-win situation for both. And that, while the construction is taking place, they help the tenant out a little bit. So that works for folks that are doing renovation on their buildings. So now, if we have real rent control for all buildings, not just the ones that are built before 2018, we probably wouldn't need to do this. That would end renovictions overnight, but that's a provincial responsibility. The City of Toronto have no power to do that. But we have to act because we are seeing a lot of problems, and we need to protect tenants from senseless or bogus eviction. So that is what this bylaw does, and that's what we need, and that's what we're delivering. And I'm very glad to see this move forward. It's going to make a big difference in the lives of many people. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Holliday, questions.
Thank you, Speaker. Mary, you said something at the end. It's going to make a big difference in the lives of many people. And as I look at this report and think about how to cast my vote on it, I really want to try to understand how many people will benefit from this work. And I think both you and I can agree, bad faith evictions should never happen in the circumstances, including renovations. But do we know how many times this happens?
Well, because the city is not at all involved in it, because we don't have a renoviction bylaw, we have no idea. However, just putting this bylaw in place will prevent landlord to do bad faith evictions. So how many people are going to stop that? You and I will never know. And because sometimes it's better to prevent things from happening than going to fix it after it has happened, right? So this bylaw actually would have no impact for a majority of the landlords that would not do unscrupulous things like that, right?
Right.
You and I know that, but there are landlords, just from what we're hearing from tenants organizers, tenants who say they're just coming to outfit the kitchen differently. Well, we could still be there, right? So if that's the case, then this will prevent it from happening, which is wonderful.
So this process is triggered when the landlord issues an N13.
That's right.
So landlords that don't issue an N13, we have no idea.
Nope.
But the report gives us a hint that they're expecting about 160 applications. And that kind of lines up with all the other numbers I found on the internet. It sounds reasonable. Of the 160, likely many of them are legitimate. So I'm just trying to get to the heart at, you know, how many bad faith evictions this is going to stop based on the limitations that we've got. And I'm just trying to weigh it against, because it's a very expensive program.
Well, Councillor Holiday, we will never know in terms of prevention. We really can't tell. You can guess, but 160, that's only if tenants know their rights. There are many tenants that just, when they get the eviction notice, they panic, they get desperate, they burst into tears, which I've witnessed, and then they say, oh my God. So they spend many months trying to find a new place, or if they don't have enough time, you know, sometimes 2 months or so. We don't know the reason why people get evicted sometimes, especially tenants that don't know their rights, tenants that are new in the country, tenants that may not read English. There's any number, like probably the most vulnerable are the ones that face this kind of evictions. And they're the ones that least able to know their rights, right?
So I mean, I agree, it's very sensitive and it's very difficult, but if we don't know, why are we investing all this money? And how will we know it was prudent?
Well, you and I were talking about yesterday housing crisis. I heard from enough tenants that their lives, some of them are seniors, seniors that have lived in a building for 3-4 decades, right? And all their friends are in that neighborhood. They don't drive necessarily, because some of them are older, they may not want to drive. And that's where they shop, that's where they are, that's where the communities, and for them to be evicted for no good reason, I can just imagining what would happen to my dad if he got moved out for no good reason. I'm glad his landlord, Medallion, was a wonderful landlord, and he never faced that kind of renovation.
So there's 558,000.
So if we could prevent landlord from doing the wrong thing and educate the landlord to say, wait a second, if you really are doing renovations, think twice whether you really need to evict people.
Does it make life
Okay,
cheaper
that's
or more
that's your last
Can I
question,
ask it?
Councillor Hall. Last
question. Does it make life cheaper or more?
For the landlord?
No,
it has no impact for the landlord.
For the 558,000 renters, does this bylaw make it cheaper or more expensive for them to live here?
Okay, that was your last question.
Okay, well, for some of the tenants, they would not have to face a dramatic rent increase, because the reason why landlords would do that, the bad apples, is because their buildings are older, is covered by rent control, therefore the rent they are getting is like, you know, it's because it's rent control, they can now all of a sudden jump it, double or triple it. That's very high rent. So we are protecting the rents, the level of rents that are for a lot of tenants, because you can't evict people, and especially those older buildings, we need to keep them affordable. If not, our crisis will get worse.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Burnside, you have a question?
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. I understand the first part of what you said about the bad faith evictions and this bylaw addressing that. 100% agree with that. It's the second part where you mentioned that landlord has to temporarily displace someone, they fix up the unit, and then they bring them back in, and it's a win-win situation, to quote you. So my question is, if you're a landlord and you have a basement apartment and you have to go through this, let's say it's a 2-bedroom apartment, as Ms. Bond mentioned, and it's not a bad faith eviction. You actually have to make the alterations, the renovations. You displace someone for whatever period of time, I think it was 6 months, and now you incur a cost of $10,000 to $12,000. How's that a win situation for the landlord?
Well, it's part of doing business, I suppose, and it's part of the construction cost. And the landlord, by asking the person to leave, because you now vacated a unit, you need to calculate how much it would cost you. And then when you bring that person back, now, most of this instance, I'm just imagining this is really will impact on multi-residential units. Multi-residential units, by and large, are owned by REIT, people, multinationals, and they have tremendous amount of money, and this is an investment for them, and the revenue that they get really go to the people that own the stocks of these REITs. So those are the people that really, because usually a building, when you do a building renovation, it's not necessarily 1 unit or 2 units, it's a whole group of tenants in terms of the eviction. So
okay, thank you. Sorry to be rude, and I don't want to mean to interrupt, but I am on a time limit, and you had about a minute and a half to answer.
Because I'm trying to imagine what kind of landlords you're talking about.
Well, as I mentioned, the landlord that has a single unit, and you actually just said that you envision this more for the multi-residential units. I can accept that too, but so would you be willing to exempt landlords that have 1 unit and they move the person out for renovations, they bring them back in, so there's no renoviction? Would you be willing to exempt them from that $10,000 to $12,000 cost, so that everyone wins, as you said, about a win-win situation?
I'm just imagining my neighbor, because I live in a residential street, and I have neighbors that rent out, and I have seen my neighbor, my next-door neighbor, I'll use an example.
Sorry, I just asked you a question.
But let me give you the answer.
Willing?
Let me give you the answer. Allow me to answer the question. Because my next-door neighbor, which is, they rent out, okay? He evicted a group of people, renovated the entire building, okay? He had to evict people, renovated the entire building, and I saw how much the rent jumped by. It was huge. That building are now turning the profit for that landlord, huge amount, the profit that he's making from that single-family home now with 2 units or 3 units is now tremendous amount of money that he's making a whole lot.
Okay,
Let me tell you though, you wouldn't need to evict the person. No, you would not need to evict that tenant unless you're turning it from a single family home to a 2 units or 3 units.
Okay, so
when that happens, you're going to make a lot more money.
Mayor,
Madam Speaker, if I infer correctly from the
go
mayor,
ahead, ask
then
your
the
question.
win to the landlord is he or she can raise rents exponentially to make more money. Is that the win?
No, it will become a multi-unit, because right now, the city have said that you can turn a single-family home in some of the areas into 3 or 4 units and 3-story as of right. So there will be landlords, there will be homeowners that want to turn their homes into 2 or 3 units. In those cases, you would need to evict people to do so. But when you bring in 2 units or 3 units into your home, you will earn a lot more money. So rather than renting it to
Okay.
one person, you can rent it to 3 people or even 4 people.
So for maybe,
Thereby your income will
maybe
go up.
for Christmas, you could answer my question next
Your
time. Thank
your
you.
time is up. Okay, that's it. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. This is double trouble at council, and I've made these observations before. First of all, here's council stepping into the space of the work of the provincial government, because council may or may not agree with what they're doing and how they're doing it. And secondly, this is literally, the manufacturing of red tape once again. And why does this matter? Because this is what drives up the cost of housing, among many factors. If you think about it, if you're somebody trying to enter the landlord space, now whether you're a large investor doing a building, or you're literally trying to make a basement apartment in your house and thinking about all the things you need to worry about, you need to calculate in more after this goes in. If you ever want to renovate, you got to hire a specialist, you need to pay the application fee, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to manage the risk, and it drives up it drives some landlords out of the business, and it drives up the price. So I asked the mayor, what are we doing for the other 558,000 households in the city that rent? We're driving up their price. That's what we're doing. But that's okay. The city council does these things all the time. In the same agenda, they're taking money and giving it to induce landlords to build buildings. Let's have a look at the numbers, though. So I also tried to get an answer to the question of, how many people does this affect? The staff told us they're expecting 160 applications. That's out of 558,000 households in the city, 160 a year. If you don't believe me, Acorn published a report, they did their own research, and they found that in 6.5 years, there were 950 N13 notices. Now, those are the notices. No one said that all of those were invalid. Those were the notices where landlords had to go in and renovate, and maybe they had to close down the unit because they were doing, something different. But that's the number over those number of years. So you divide that out, maybe if it's trending up, it's 950, divide that out, maybe it's trending up. What does this cost us? Or cost people, the city, the citizens? Well, it's actually at $2 million for the program, 14 staff. That's $12,500 an application. It would actually be easier just to cut each of those tenants a check for $12,000 and say, good luck with things. But no, we're going to go through this process here, and we're going to check to see that the person that made the provincial application, the N13, is actually doing what they're saying what they're doing, and go through all of that administration. That doesn't stop the landlord, by the way, from issuing the N13 or going through that process, because that's governed by a different act. We're just going to layer on more red tape on the process. Not even the mayor, nobody could tell me how many people this is going to benefit. Presumably, it's a subset of the 950 over 6.5 years. Some of those, maybe they were bad faith. I tried to dig online, I couldn't find the answer. I found a story. It said that over several years, there were 13 landlords that were convicted and fined for doing this. 3 of them were in the city of Toronto. So I ask, if there's 3 examples of that, and goodness, I agree, this shouldn't happen, this is terrible. Why are we spending $2 million, and why are we elevating the risk level for all of the other landlords in this city to put into their equation when they make decisions about what they want to do about providing rental property, or making decisions about how they're going to set their rent? It's all the macroeconomic factors that go into the cost of housing in this city. We should be doing things to making things easier for landlords to get into the business. There are hundreds of thousands of homes out in this city that have underutilized space. They have empty basements, empty rooms, families that have downsized, children have left, and those are all potential places that could create rental environments for people looking for a room or looking for a modest apartment, maybe to share with somebody else and build their life. But many of those landlords look at this regulatory regime, more red tape from the City of Toronto and more cost, and they say, why bother? Why bother getting into the game? And so we should think very carefully about that and what we're doing with this report. And we should judge very carefully the use of precious public resources and exactly how many and what benefit we are going to get for the public. I can't find the answer here. Maybe you can. Maybe we'll hear it in the answers over here. But this is a very important question we should be asking ourselves before casting a vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, I'm hoping City Council will use public precious resources to support tenants in the City of Toronto. You know, some of us are very lucky, probably many of the speakers here. We happen to own our home. Nobody's coming along to say, oh, I'm going to sell your house. I'm going to sell this now, and why don't you move out before I sell it? And I'm going to give you some money. Councillor Holyday, that's what happens everywhere, and it's not tracked. Because I've been working with people on renovictions for many, many years. The deal goes, it's not these big landlords, and I spoke with Gordon Chong from the Residential Landlords Association. I don't believe there are these big buildings. That's not where this is happening. It's happening in the small market where somebody's owned a building for a long time, they sell the building, and then a new owner buys it thinking, that's great. Think of all the money I can make when I get everybody out of this building. And then they start. The first thing they do is they say, well, I'm going to sell it, I'm going to do this, you should go. I'm going to offer you $6,000 or $7,000, $10,000, which of course will be made up in the new rent very quickly. So often tenants who are very worried because they don't have that asset, they don't own that asset, think I better get out of here, I don't know what's going to happen, I just need a stable life, I'll find another place, I'll take the money, I'll find another spot. And that is very stressful. Sometimes they don't find another spot. Usually those small buildings and the tenants that are in there, those are rent-controlled places. They're paying $1,200, $1,500 a month. They move out, and now they're paying, first of all, they have to find a place. Secondly, but that very apartment that was being rented at an affordable rent is now being rented out at $3,000 a month, something that tenant couldn't even afford to move into. So that's what this is about. We're talking about affordable housing, affordable rental housing. We spent a long time yesterday speaking about it. We cannot build units as fast as people can be renovicted from those units. I have spent a lot of my time over the years helping tenants in small buildings try to stay. Been successful in one because we brought MLS in to say, and buildings, look at this place. He wants to evict them because he's going to be moving the cabinets, putting in a new bathtub, putting some tile on the floor. Is that required for an eviction? And our great staff said, no, that's not required for an eviction. And this person then backed off because they knew that now they're up against not just that poor tenant sitting there by themselves, they're up against the city departments to say, you don't need to have that person leave in order to do the work. That's what this Renovictions bylaw does. It keeps people in their homes if there's not a need to move out and have the unit vacant. And you have to prove that you do need it. You've got to have a drawing for the new place you want to build that structurally changes the unit. You have to have it stamped by an engineer. So you can't just get a napkin and say, oh, here, this is what I'm going to do in the unit, which is one of the things I'm working on right now with somebody. This is the third time around for this landlord. He's already got 3 people out through threatening to sell the building. He's now got 2 people that he's trying to get out with an N13, and we're going around and around to the Landlord and Tenant Board. This would stop that. It would give people that rent a peace of mind, a precious peace of mind for not a lot of city dollars. The other thing is the advocacy. Tenants and Councillor Nunziata, I've been working with her and talking to her in a building where all of a sudden they're coming and say, well, we left or we took the money already. Because when you're a tenant and you don't know what's going to happen, you get very nervous. and you make mistakes. So our education campaign is to say, here, don't move. Here's what you have to do. So I'm fully in support of this. We've been working on this for a long time. Councillor Perks, Councillor Bradford, and myself on our subcommittee, Councillor Nunziata, Candeval, and Cole, and asking for this bylaw. The many, many, many tenant groups that have been working on this, our staff that have stepped up to make this happen really quickly in order to maintain and save this housing, and my very staff who've been working so closely with me to make this day a reality. This is a very big moment in the city for tenants, and I hope we will all support this new bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. More than half of the residents of my ward are tenants, and we have had a disturbing number of incidents where bad landlords used pretend renovations to evict tenants. And just as Councillor Fletcher has said, once evicted, those tenants are in very difficult circumstances with really long-term lasting effects. This bylaw doesn't prevent renovations. All the members of this council know how important it is that we get energy efficiency renovations of our building stock. That is an essential pillar of our Transform TO goals, air quality, climate, as well as keeping the long-term cost of occupation down, improving the quality of life for residents, making these apartments warmer in the winter, cooler in the summer, and more resilient to climate change. We do need renovations of these buildings. This bylaw doesn't stop good faith renovations. What this bylaw stops is fake evictions where a minor renovation is being used as an excuse. And this happens far too commonly. It's time to stop it. We do have a tool. This is in our wheelhouse. It won't cost very much, and it'll make a real difference to a number of tenants' lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Speaker, okay, I'll go to, are you ready? Thank you, I will. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Malik while the Speaker just sorts something out before she speaks. Thank you. Hang on 1 second, please.
Thank you very much. I want to begin again also by echoing the appreciation for the leadership of you, Councillor Fletcher, as well as my colleagues on council who have been working at ensuring that we are able to use this tool to make a dramatic difference in the lives of approximately 50% of Toronto residents, those residents that are tenants. And Renovictions, as we have heard and we understand, and folks in every single neighborhood in our city, I'm sure if your offices are like mine, are being reached out to about the stress, the harm to tenants, the displacement of families from their communities, the destabilizing effect, and how Renovictions are worsening the housing crisis. And by approving this proposed bylaw, we can take a significant step in addressing this urgent problem and continuing to set an example from the City of Toronto about how to do that. And Renovictions have become an increasingly more prevalent issue, including in my ward. And in my ward of Spadina, Fort York, 58% of residents are tenants. And we hear all too often from people in our downtown communities who have called it home for years and are paying rent that they can manage, getting renovicted, and then seeing their apartments back on the market at double or even more the rent. And this tactic doesn't only deprive tenants of their homes and communities that they are deeply connected to, where they want to be, close to work and close to what makes life in the city worthwhile, but also contributes to that critical decline in the affordable housing stock in our city. And the proposed bylaw in front of us offers a comprehensive approach, a comprehensive solution to this issue of renovictions, and we have to take that seriously. And by implementing strict regulations on renovation permits, tenant compensation, and relocation assistance, we can ensure that bad faith landlords are held accountable, that we are proactive in our measures as a city, and that tenants are protected in every community across Toronto. And by passing this item, we protect tenants and strengthen our city's capability and reputation when it comes to renter protections. Let's provide this tool and the stability that it brings to Torontonians in every part of our city, in every corner of Toronto. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. I wonder if the speaker is ready? No. Speaker's not ready. Councillor Perks, you're not ready? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Yes? A quorum call. Oh, we can do a quorum call. Thank you. I don't know how, but I think the clerk does. My first quorum call. Very exciting.
Has it started?
Councillor Candle here online.
Members, the voting panel is open. Would you please indicate you're present in the chamber by pressing the button? Speaker Naziata, we will. Councillor Thompson, we will update the system for you.
Thank you very much. I'm here.
You in favor of yourself being here?
Deputy Speaker, quorum is.
Oh, you're in favor of him being here?
There are 22 members in the chamber.
Thank you so much. There we go. That wasn't voting for the item. That was, are you here? Thank you. Speaker, just 1 second while I get you set up. Thank you. You're on. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I do have an amendment. We'll put it on the screen. That City Council adopt the following recommendation in the supplementary report, November 12, 2024, from the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, and Chief Building Official and Executive Director, Toronto Building, PH 16.4A, amended to read as follows. And then you have my amendment there, is that City Council direct the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, and other relevant city divisions to direct the resources identified in the supplementary report November 12th from the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, and Chief Building Official and Executive Director, Toronto Building, for implementing enhancements to the Toronto Tenant Support Program beginning in November 2024, and request any additional resources required through the 2025 budget process. So that's my amendment. Just to speak on it, this bylaw, we've been working on it for quite a while, and it actually came to council a couple times. So this is not new, this bylaw. It came to planning and housing, and then it came to council. So this is nothing new. finally, the bylaw came forward at Planning and Housing at the last meeting and here for council for approval. Now, the problem is that, as Councillor Fletcher mentioned, these landlords are landlords where they have 3 or 4 floors of units. And what they're doing, in particular my ward, I'll give you an example, and staff attended my meeting a couple weeks ago where I have a building in my ward where the landlord applied for a building permit, and the building permit that he applied for was just to replace a toilet, a sink, just like, and what they were doing is evicting tenants for that. There was no need to evict a tenant if you're only replacing a, pardon? I can't hear you. Oh, yeah. And this is what's happening, and the tenants are receiving eviction notice, and so, you know, we have most of these tenants were presented with checks for $6,000. You take this check and you can leave. Well, some of these tenants had no idea what that meant, and as soon as they accepted these checks, then they were evicted. So I think when landlords are doing this deliberately, and this particular landlord has a reputation of doing it, he's purchased a number of buildings. So what we're doing here is protecting tenants. You don't need to be evicted if you're replacing a toilet and if you're replacing a sink. And there has to be a process in place as a council that we protect some of these tenants. And yes, tenants should be given an option that once they completed the renovations that they have the option of going back to their unit. These particular tenants were not given options. They were just told, here's $6,000, you're evicted, and they leave, which is really unfair. And so this is the tenants, and these are the people we're trying to protect. And some of these tenants has advised me as well, they're willing to come back and pay additional rent, but they haven't been given the option. They were told they had to leave. So these are the tenants that we need to protect. And, you know, not all landlords are like that, but there are some landlords out there that are slum landlords and are doing this, and they're making a habit of doing it. And you're going to get a lot more landlords applying for these building permits before the bylaw is passed, because they know they can do it, and there's nothing that we can do to stop them. So we need to protect these tenants and help these tenants that are in this vulnerable stage at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for taking on that situation so well, Speaker. The next speaker is the chair of the committee. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak prior to the committee chair? Just asking once, going once. I know, I'm seeing if anybody wishes to speak, and as you're the last speaker, Councillor. Pardon me? Otherwise, Shelley. Okay, thank you. I'm going to put you on chair. Hang on one second. Also, I've had a message from, if I can, before you start, Chair Perks, that Councillor Bravo was at a conference in Rio, and the conference room has lost all internet, so she's going back to the hotel in order to be able to vote. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to just hold this and vote when she's got her internet back in Brazil. Pardon? You're sorry to hear that? That she's in Brazil without internet? Is that what you're sorry to hear? Okay. I'm sure she'll be happy to know. Thank you. Councillor Perks. 1 second.
Microphone. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Members, I do have a motion on this. It's a motion, if I could have a little order. You're going to want to understand what I'm doing, guys. It's complicated.
And she's there. I got the votes. You were great.
Speaker, can we get order?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I'm starting you again. Hang on. Oh. Order. I'm sorry. Could we have some order? Oh, I have a gavel. Oh, my God. Get
Who
ready.
gave Councillor Fletcher a gavel?
Thank you.
Okay, if we could start my
Thank
time.
you so much. All right,
Start my
let's start you
time.
again. I'm
Thank
going to
you.
close that, and I'm going to start you again.
Okay, members, I
Councillor
wanted to
Parks.
draw your attention to the motion that I'm putting up. It's fairly lengthy. And my time. Okay. So this was drafted by staff from the Buildings Department. What it does is recognize that we have two different things going on at the same time that might create a bit of a push-pull. We're trying to get people who have illegal multi-tenant homes in the City of Toronto to convert them. And we're trying to provide assistance so they will make those conversions. And if we do the Renoviction thing at the same time, it creates some complications. So this sorts out the complications just for those multi-tenant homes as we are bringing them into a legal status with the City of Toronto. That's the effect of the motion. It's pretty straightforward. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Also, I want to indicate my very strong support for the motion that Councillor Nunziata moved. It's quite helpful and will help the city to make sure that in this interim period before the bylaw comes into effect, we are doing things to protect tenants so that there isn't a rush to try to get people illegally evicted before the bylaw comes into effect. So that's what the motions are about. Members, you've heard the arguments on this. You've heard them many, many times. You've heard members of the community coming forward and insisting that this is a necessary piece of protection so that people who rent in the City of Toronto can have their right of tenure protected against bad faith actions. You all know the arguments. You all know what the rental market in Toronto is like and how few options people have when they're evicted from their homes. And if you're not sure about it, just go take a look at the tents in one of the parks in the City of Toronto. And you understand the stakes for people who are evicted in a bad faith way. I don't need to go through all the arguments with you. You know them. And I hope that if you are representing the people in your ward in good conscience, you will support both the amendments and this incredibly important step forward in tenant rights in the City of Toronto. And with that, I'll conclude.
Thank you. Okay, so let's put the motion on the screen. Oh. Is she back online? Oh. Okay, so we'll hold the vote then. Okay. So what's... Okay, our next item is IE 17.4, Parkside Drive Study.
Sorry, Councillor Nunziata, I wanted to be, was it a recorded vote?
No, we haven't voted yet. We're waiting for one of the councillors to get connected. We're holding the vote down. Okay, so our next item is IE 17.4, which is Parkside Drive Study. Councillor McKelvey, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff on this item? IE 17.4, Parkside Drive. Anybody have any questions? Councillor Holyday.
Oh, I was going to let Councillor Parks go first.
Councillor Holyday, you had your name. Did you take it off?
I did, but...
Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. In terms of fatalities, in terms of cycling fatalities, how many have there been on Parkside Drive? In what, you can pick the time period. I'll leave that up to you.
Through the Speaker, so over the last 10 years, between 2014 and 2024, there have been 7 collisions resulting in 6 serious injuries and 3 fatalities. And of those 7, 2 involved people cycling, 2 involved pedestrians, and 2 collisions involved seniors in a motor vehicle, and 1 of those involved a motorcyclist.
Okay, so if we, sorry, if that was fast. If we cut out the people in the car, the 2 senior citizens, just for the sake of this, not to diminish what happened, how many fatalities were there? I think you said 2 cycling, 2 pedestrian.
And 1 motorcyclist, so 5. But
Okay.
this is really a comprehensive road safety improvement approach to this project, so it's not specifically related to one type of road user.
Oh, okay. So but from my perspective, I was concerned about the particular road users, just from my perspective. In terms of the pedestrians and the...
Hold on, Councillor Burnside. There is too much noise.
Councillor Pasternak?
Please, try to keep it down.
Come on, Harley. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
just in terms of the pedestrians and the cyclists, what direction of travel were they?
I don't have the specifics of those collisions. What we're referring to here are fatalities and serious injuries. There are 5 involving vulnerable road users that were not in a vehicle and 2 were in a vehicle.
Okay. Would you be able to get the direction of...
Certainly, I just don't have them in
That's
front of
okay.
me at that level of detail.
Okay, but for this debate, would I be able to get it while this is going on? Or?
We will endeavor to get that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Councillor Pasternak, questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. The budget for this project is $7.5 million, and can you parse out the bike lane piece?
The budget for the project is at a conceptual level. We wouldn't be able to parse out specifically for the cycling infrastructure at this stage. It is a comprehensive road safety strategy project, and the cycling component is only one element.
Well, we budget bike lanes all the time. I mean, I've done enough in my ward that we have a spending envelope for bike lanes. Would you say it's a third of this, or?
Through the Speaker, we're at a conceptual level of design. The recommendation before Council is to authorize staff to continue to work on the project and design, and we'd be able to have more detail on the budgeting at a later stage. We don't have that level of detail today.
Okay.
And through the Speaker, we would actually be back to Council with that design for approval before we move forward to implement anything.
All right. I think my next question should really go to the city manager. The province has made it quite clear through Bill 212 that they're going to pull out bike lanes that are built on roadways that negatively affect traffic flow. Is it prudent to go forward with, and I couldn't break out what the bike lane part is, to a $7.5 million project that we may have to dismantle at a later date?
Yeah, so through the Speaker, I mean, we haven't seen the language of what actually will be in the legislation nor the regulations, so we're still waiting on that. And my understanding is at this point, we're moving the project forward, but we're not starting construction immediately. So my sense is that in the absence of understanding what the legislation actually says, moving things forward in the planning mode is not something that would be inconsistent because this project is not starting construction. In that case, I may agree with you. We should take a pause and see what it is. In this case, I don't see any reason to slow it down.
So when it comes to staff time and design work and third-party contractors, we actually will be incurring costs as we go to the next stage for something that could be torn out by the end of next year.
Through the Speaker, again, because this is comprehensive, if this was only a project about bike lanes, then perhaps that would be there, but this is, as described by staff, a larger look at safety on the roadway. So again, I think the design work is not exclusive to bike lanes, and you know, my advice is right now, as we're waiting for the legislative language, that you know, we don't want to stop all the work on roadways. We want to continue with some of that. But obviously, we'll be paying very close attention, and there would be a scope of work change immediately if this no longer complied with legislation.
I guess back to staff. Is there evidence that putting in bike lanes improves traffic safety?
Through the speaker, yes, there's lots of evidence about that in the City of Toronto and internationally.
But you've got a multi-pronged approach here on page 5, numerous different parts of this program. I mean, those go stand alone on many areas. Do they not improve road and pedestrian safety?
Through the speaker, Councillor, that's a fantastic point to emphasize. City Council and Toronto and East York Community Council have approved a series of safety improvements on Parkside Drive that have been already implemented, and we have not seen the safety improvements at the extent that really are needed here on this street. We continue to see speeds that are higher than what's posted and risky driving behavior resulting in injury and death.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wondering, what will be the loss of street parking on Parkside Drive? Because we changed parking access for High Park, and it was quite controversial. We are constantly getting complaint emails, and I know that that road has been a source of parking for people as an alternative since they can't drive into the park anymore. So I'm just wondering, what is the estimated loss of street parking through this proposal?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So street parking on the east side of Parkside, which is in place today for almost the entirety of the corridor, would be proposed to continue. That is the primary street parking for many residents who live directly fronting Parkside Drive, and parking is well used on that corridor. There has been more recently paid parking for on-street introduced on the west side of Parkside Drive. Some of those spaces would be lost, but we need to determine the number through detailed design. And when they were proposed to be installed through Toronto and East York Community Council, it was identified in that report that it would likely be a temporary parking provision with the anticipated recommendations that were coming through this study, which was already well underway.
So how many spots were added in this temporary window?
Less than 24, like probably about 13.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. So through you, Speaker, to staff. So how long has this study been taking place? When did it start, and what prompted the study at that time?
Thanks, Councillor. The study was directed to begin by Council in November of 2021, and it started shortly thereafter. So it has been a few years underway with deep engagement with the local community.
And through the speaker, the impetus actually, Councillor Crisanti, had to do with the Parkside, the High Park movement strategy. It was part of the work, the broader work that we were working on with Parks, Forestry and Recreation about improvements to High Park, and the strong interest was from the community and from Council was in having us look more expansively at as Parkside Drive as a component of that work.
Oh, good, thank you. So what was identified as sort of the main issue as a result of all this time now since 2021, 4 years almost? And, what's been identified? Is it driver behavior we're trying to curb? Was it speeding? So have you been able to identify specific issues that we need to tackle?
The main concern that we see in terms of road safety on Parkside Drive is speeding and aggressive driving behavior.
Okay, yeah, so, and I think you may have answered this in part earlier, but has there been a consideration given to maybe adding more speed enforcement cameras but not just the cameras, but increasing fines to further deter that speeding and behavior. Has that been given some consideration, or has that already been implemented?
Through the Speaker, we've actually done a fair amount of work with the local councillor and the local community on options for Parkside Drive that would help to address the speeding. As you know, there's been a number of fatalities out there, about 7 over 10 years, including some that have been quite tragic impacts to local residents. And there have been automated speed enforcement cameras added. We've also piloted the first permanent automated speed enforcement camera along Parkside Drive. It is a community safety zone, so fines are set accordingly there. We've also done a number of minor modifications, I think important improvements about bus stops and adding signals and trying to improve generally the throughput and safety for all users on that corridor. But we believe that a broader Vision Zero and Complete Streets approach has to be taken if we're going to actually deal with the impacts of speeding and reckless driving on this corridor.
So has driver behavior changed since the implementation of all these excellent potential solutions to the problem? Have we monitored to see what's happened with driver behavior and speeding? Where are we currently today compared to prior to these implementations?
Through the Speaker, that's a great question, Councillor. We have seen some improvement in vehicle speeding, so that we do see in the southbound direction, vehicle speeds have decreased by about 17%. So from 62 kilometers an hour as the 85th percentile to 51, and northbound they've decreased by approximately 13%, so from 55 kilometers to 48. But we still are, the 85th percentile is still 8 to 11 kilometers above the speed limit, and there is still, outside of those majorities, we do still see aggressive driving at much higher speeds, particularly in off-peak hours.
So to further reduce that aggressive driving you just referred to again now, and this may be very simplistic, but any consideration been given to, and I'm not a fan of speed humps or bumps or any of those things, but speed humps are designed in a way that are the soft cushions to accommodate emergency vehicles and slow traffic down even further than what we've done so far?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So speed cushions are only appropriate on roads that are in accordance with the traffic calming policy, have average daily traffic volumes of less than 8,000 vehicles a day, and have more than 8,000, but certainly below the threshold that we have here as an arterial road of 21,000 vehicles a day. And they're appropriate for roads with a speed limit of 30 kilometers an hour. Here, as an arterial road, the speed limit is 40 kilometers an hour. So it really wouldn't meet the eligibility criteria in the council-approved traffic calming policy, nor would it be recommended by staff.
Last question, Mr. President. Why not do it anyway and try it as a pilot project and just make an exception to that rule?
We don't believe, given the truck volumes, the transit use, the emergency services uses, that a speed cushion and a commensurate 30 kilometers an hour traffic posted speed limit would be appropriate on Parkside Drive, so it wouldn't be recommended by staff.
Thank you. Okay, members, we have Councillor Bravo available to vote on this, so if we can ring the bells and we'll go, and then we'll come back, Councillor Bradford, to you. Ring the bell so we can vote on that item.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Renovictions. Okay, so we'll put the motion on the screen. Motion by Councillor Perks. You want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Mandeville in favor. Affirmative. Clerks, did you get my vote?
Members who are participating remotely, if you're not connected, I will call your name at the close of the vote. So just stand by, please.
Thank you.
Councillor Burnside, please. Are you able to vote? Councillor Candavel, how do you vote, please?
In favor, affirmative.
In the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Moyes, how do you vote, please? The motion carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay, next motion. Okay, it's on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Councillor Cheng, your vote? Councillor Candavel, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
In the affirmative, thank you. Motion is adopted. The vote is 25-1.
Item is amended, recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Candavel, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
And Councillor Moyes, how do you vote, please? The item is amended carries. The vote is 25-1.
Okay, that's done. Okay, we'll go back to the screen, and Councillor Bradford was asking a question on IE 17.4. Okay. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks, Madam Speaker, through you to staff. Councillor Pasternak just confirmed that the conceptual budget for this project is $7.5 million. The supplemental report for CC 23.1 estimated that we spent $27 million to build just over 20 kilometers of bike lanes on Bloor University and Yonge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so how long is this section of Parkside Drive where these lanes are being proposed?
I believe it's 1.9 kilometers. I will just clarify that the reason the costs are so high is because it proposes a reconstruction of the intersection of Lakeshore and Parkside Drive with significant utility relocations and civil work required, as well as a partial reconstruction of the Bloor and Keele Parkside Drive intersection in order to facilitate safety improvements and traffic capacity being maintained
Okay,
there.
so it's about 3.95 million per kilometer on Parkside Drive, and I would note in the aggregated form where you gave us Bloor University and Yonge, there was significant intersection work, particularly on University as well. I noticed that the report actually spends a lot of time talking about pedestrian safety on Parkside Drive, the narrow sidewalks, the missing sidewalks, a desire to improve sidewalk conditions. It says that was actually one of the top concerns raised by residents in the area. Does this report address those concerns by residents and staff about the need for improved sidewalks for pedestrians?
Through the chair, Councillor, thank you for that question. So we have improved sidewalks to the extent that's possible on the west side of Parkside Drive, with some segments of sidewalk where there is space to do so on the park side. But it does not involve widening existing sidewalks. It does involve making the pedestrian space feel safer because of the reduction, and be safer because of the anticipated reduction in speed of motor vehicles on the corridor, which is the primary reason why pedestrians have reported feeling unsafe.
So sidewalks was one of the top concerns, though. We all agree on that. And, you know, I acknowledge that the conditions don't necessarily exist, but it says in the report, quote, in mid-block segments, no changes to sidewalks. I just want to make sure that's correct.
Right, but at intersections, there would be safety improvements designed into those intersection changes.
But you got to get there, but we're not able to put the sidewalk there. So there was some
through the speaker, just on, I'm sorry, Councillor Bradford, to interrupt you. I think that it's a fairly complicated cross-section on the park side, on the west side.
Right.
Because there's a ravine there, there's significant, well, even before the big gate, there's significant slopes. So the civil work that would be required and the disruption to the park environment that would be required to actually put a sidewalk on the west side of the street is not feasible to do. And we've looked at it quite extensively.
I got to move on here. You did some traffic modeling to help inform the study, that's correct?
Yes, we did. The volumes are approximately 21,000 a day.
Okay. What years was that data from?
So we have data all the way yearly from 2017 through 2024. We've been able to look at the detailed changes post-pandemic and see that Parkside Drive has stable traffic patterns.
In the report here, it notes 2021 to 2023, though. Would we agree that those were still sort of pandemic years?
The 2024 data is consistent with the 2023 data. It is suggesting that Parkside Drive is not increasing in that time period.
What did your modeling find the impact would be in terms of number of motor vehicles traveling on Parkside during those peak hours?
So we do anticipate a 35% reduction in peak hour volumes of motor vehicles, with an impact on Roncesvalles Avenue in the peak hour. So that is where we see some of that diversion taking place.
It's a pretty significant drop off, but the report suggests that a lot of those drivers are going to be rerouted to Roncesvalles, a parallel street. Is that correct?
We do anticipate that about 18% of the diverted traffic would go to Roncesvalles as another arterial road in the network.
Okay. Are there bike lanes on Roncesvalles?
No, there aren't bike lanes on Roncesvalles. There are cycling spaces adjacent to streetcar stops, but there are no contiguous bike lanes.
Cycling spaces, you called it?
Adjacent to where the streetcar loading is, there's designated space for cyclists to be able to not have to merge across streetcar tracks at those locations.
Okay. And then in terms of traffic deviation, beyond that 18%, where's the balance of that 35 go? Does it go into the adjacent sort of neighborhood filtered through?
We don't see any specific streets named in our model at this stage. We'll continue to look at that through detailed design, and accompanying the Parkside Drive report, a parallel report has come through Toronto and East York Community Council identifying existing warranted streets for traffic calming, which are recommended to be installed however council decides to proceed with this item.
And my last question, the other side of Parkside, is it possible to bike through High Park to get down to the waterfront?
It is. There is a recreational route through High Park that certainly is taken by many. We anticipate that perhaps some of the faster commuter-oriented cyclists may choose Parkside Drive should this proposal be approved and eventually installed. I'll point out that there's no proposal to install this in 25. The earliest that it could be installed, given the design work that's underway, is anticipated to be 2026. So there is quite a bit of time for staff to look further at this and bring the recommendation to council for implementation.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. Councillor Burnside was asking some questions about collisions, serious injuries, and deaths across different modes. Is it the case that by separating cyclists, you make all modes safer?
Yes, Councillor Perks, that's our experience.
So the trying to draw a conclusion that only the cycling deaths or injuries count would be wrong in this instance. In fact, it would reduce the likelihood of a fatal car collision or a fatal collision with a pedestrian.
That's certainly our experience on other projects and international evidence. The impetus for this project is about road safety improvements for Parkside Drive. It was initiated, as you know, Councillor, for that reason, not specifically to implement a bikeway.
Was at a conceptual level, Parkside Drive included in the report on the future bikeway network? So we've had it here before, right?
It was after the Parkside Drive study was introduced, and this was one of the options that was being anticipated to be preferred. It was put forward as a corridor in the major citywide cycling network as part of the 2025 to 27 near-term plan approved by Council.
Yeah, my memory is that between the original report in 21, that report you talked about, and an initial design report, Council has voted 3 times to support the concept of reconfiguring Parkside to make it safer. Is that correct?
There have definitely been multiple council decisions endorsing Parkside Drive being safer, and I'll emphasize that what we're asking here of council today is to endorse us to continue on that design process. It's not an authority to deliver the project.
There were some questions looking at alternative interventions, of which we've made many, but would your advice to council be that physical design changes are the best way to create safe streets for pedestrians, cyclists, and automobiles?
Through the speaker, that's precisely it. We've made significant changes already in posted speed limits, in having automated enforcement along the corridor, and small-scale design changes at specific locations, new signals, short segments of sidewalk, but it's really transformative design change that's going to make the difference in having this road be safer for residents.
There was a question about the possibility of using High Park. The city is also doing, concurrently with this, a High Park movement strategy. A couple of things out of that. First, the posted speed in High Park is 20 kilometers an hour. Is that correct?
Correct. As a park road, that's the appropriate speed.
So it's not really suitable as a commuting option. It's more for recreation.
That's correct.
And in fact, city staff are considering interventions to deliberately slow cyclists in the park down.
This is a concern that we hear about the speed of cyclists in High Park. It's something that we'd like to see addressed.
And finally, there were questions about the legislation. The legislation that the province has brought in does not say that the City of Toronto is not allowed to put bike infrastructure in. Rather, it says currently that if you're doing it, we want certain kind of information. Is that correct?
That's correct. At this stage, the legislation says that if motor vehicle lanes are being removed, we'd have to seek approval to install cycling facilities that require a removal of motor vehicle traffic.
Parkside Drive, if we build this cycling infrastructure, will also be an important connection between 2 of the most important cycling routes in the City of Toronto, the Bloor Bike Lane and the Martin Goodman Trail. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a direct linkage between those 2 major citywide corridors.
Is there anywhere between High Park and the railroad tracks that basically act as the boundary for Ward 4, where there is a north-south street that could physically fit both north and south separated bike lanes?
That's a great question, Councillor. I don't believe so. Most of the north-south routes end up needing to be through neighborhoods and not being separated in style and not suitable for all ages and abilities in many cases.
Those residential streets like Sunnyside and Indian Grove and so on, they're simply too narrow to put in separated bike infrastructure and still have automobile flow.
That was your last question?
That's correct, and often not contiguous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Ms. Hayward. You mentioned that this is coming back in 2026. Is the timing of this report at council today in any way related to Bill 212?
No, Councillor. The anticipated timeline was based on what we'd committed to the public, and in fact, some would refer to it as delayed.
Someone asked I'm going to paraphrase, what was the purpose of this work? And the answer was to address speeding and aggressive behavior. Is it the policy and the approach of the city to remove a traveled lane of traffic and to install bicycle infrastructure to address issues of speeding and aggressive driving?
Through the Speaker, I would say that it's the policy of our Complete Streets and Council adopted Vision Zero plan to look at roads where we have these kinds of situations and look at a complete approach to how to best design the road to accommodate the community's needs and address the network connectivity, and also look at what we can do to slow speeds. We've done a lot to slow speeds so far. We've done automated enforcement, but we have fairly wide lanes out here, and so we will always look at how we can bring our infrastructure into compliance with our standards. And then we also look at things like, if you have a sidewalk condition that is relatively narrow, how do you get separation for people who are walking on the street and doing all those component pieces? So looking at that in balance would give us the impetus to move forward with this conceptual design and further refine it as we go along.
About this particular road, 21,000 vehicles per day, you've obviously got good information on the profile of the use of the road. Is there anything that makes this road different from the hundreds of other major arterial roads in the city with this level of volume?
That's a great question, Councillor. Thank you. Through the Speaker, so the interesting thing is that people refer to Parkside Drive as being a 4-lane arterial road, but it really doesn't operate that way. It's not approved by council to operate that way. The northbound curb lane is permit parking for almost the entirety of the corridor, fully parked up at all times. So northbound, it only operates with 1 lane in that direction today. And in the southbound condition, there's parking on some sections, particularly in the south area. There are no turn lanes, but it has 21,000 vehicles a day operating about equally in northbound and southbound, residential directly onto the street on one side, and a park, one of the city's biggest parks on the other. So I think those are quite interesting characteristics for it. The proposed design would not only maintain the 1 northbound lane that exists today and have a full southbound lane, but also provide turning lanes at intersections to improve the way those operate.
Why is that street so busy? Or is the fact that High Park is sort of a block of mass in the center, and if you are trying to connect to the major east-west routes, which are along the lakeshore, whether it's the Garden or the Lakeshore or Queensway or so on, that is a major access point to the broader GTA area for residents. Maybe I'm answering my question. Why is this street so busy? Why is it so critical?
Parkside Drive certainly does and will continue to function as an important arterial connecting people who get off of Lakeshore or the Gardner and want to come up into the city via Parkside and continue north on Keele or onto Bloor, what have you. It will continue to operate as an important arterial, but we believe that with 21,000 vehicles, that volume is very well accommodated in a 1 lane per direction and turn lanes at intersections design. That kind of a design is operates with 21,000 vehicles across the world. Those kind of volumes are appropriate for 1 lane in each direction.
This says part of it becomes a Class F road. I think it literally uses the word bottleneck in the report. That's correct, right? I read that right.
There is a concern with further intersection design to address the capacity that we think we can do at a detailed design level. It's part of the reason why we're not seeking approval from council to implement today. We're seeking the authority to continue that design process and close out the study recommendations itself.
Finally, I took a peek online at the data that's offered from the Watch Your Speed signs. I know they're not scientific, but they are a fairly good proxy. It seems to me that things are a lot better. And I wondered if you could comment what the report says about what the 80th percentile that you've cited, forgive me, I don't remember, 85th maybe. You've cited some statistics about the operation of the road, the characteristics. Could you confirm those to council, and could you compare those to other major arterial roads? I got lots in Etobicoke that are 21,000 cars. Could you compare those to us? I want to understand the problem we're trying to solve.
Thanks, Councillor. I don't have the comparisons in front of me today, but I can say, yes, it has gotten better. As we stated, we've seen 17% improvement in vehicle speeds in terms of decreasing in the southbound direction and 13 in northbound direction, still higher than the posted speed. And the experience of pedestrians on the street has been heard very loudly through the community and through Infrastructure and Environment Committee deputations, and the data shows that the incidents of speeding continue to be a road safety problem.
Thank you. I can ask another.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the speakers list up. Do we have any speakers? Councillor McKelvey is the last speaker. Councillor McKelvey, do you want to take your name off? You're the only name that's up there. You want to speak first now? I thought you wanted to speak last. Well, I'm sure they're all going to put their names up. Okay. Councillor Holiday to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be voting no on this. And I want to point out a couple of things. I understand what happened in 2021. That was a terrible crash. I also understand the politics about what's going on in the area and advocacy from the community. It's kind of like the advocacy around High Park, where a lot of local people said, you know, we don't like it this way, we want it changed. But when you make a change like that, it's more than just a handful or a collection of people around it when you're talking about a really important piece of infrastructure that serves a larger area, just like High Park. Lots of Etobicoke residents are very upset with what happened over there because it was their park too. This road, and you can see the numbers in here, is a 21,000 vehicle per day road, a very, very busy major artery. And you can look at the distribution or the profile of how the vehicles use the road. That information is found online. You can look at it in open data. And what often happens on busy streets, you know, the ones in Etobicoke that come to mind, Islington, Kipling, Burnhamthorpe, Bloor Street, Eglinton, is that the vast majority of people behave appropriately along the road. They do. The drivers sense the width of the road, they sense the safe operating speed, they adjust for conditions and hazards. But as the end number, the volume of people increase, you're going to see more and more outliers. You're going to see people doing stupid things, driving 100 kilometers an hour at 3 a.m. You're going to see people taking chances that they shouldn't take. And that's because there's more and more people using that road. And statistically speaking, you're going to bring them in. And so the question before us becomes, well, you know, what is the trigger point that you start to bring in different changes to the road, understanding that these roads exist all over the city, and you're going to have people doing stupid things all over the place. You don't like it. I don't like it. I hope they get a big ticket for it. But the answer here, creatively, to try to deal with the complaints about this road, is to take out a lane of it and constrict it more. It literally says bottleneck in the report. So do we think that that is life? Life is going to become better for the people that are using this street? I don't know, perhaps if some people will think that. But all you're going to do is cause more and more congestion on the street, create more and more frustration. The report tells us 35% of the cars are going to go somewhere else. They're not going to just leave the car at home and give up. They're going to go some other route to where they're going to go. Roncesvalles can thank City Council if there's more volume on that street, because it says 18% was going to go there. And so these are important questions that are put before Council about how you react to these issues. You know, part of the answer is enforcement. And if you look at the data, you'll find out that the speed camera has been out there doing its job. It's given a lot of tickets. It's teaching people that you can't behave like that on the road. But what's even more interesting is if you look at the data and the response to what's been done at Parkside Drive to date, you can see that the curve is bent, and is bent quite significantly into a far better pattern of use. We heard from the staff, well, you know, the operating speed is 8 to 10 kilometers an hour over the posted limit. I'm not sure that the posted limit is truly reflective of the conditions on the road, but it's the limit that has been put out there. But that is a heck of a lot closer than some of the things that we hear and worry about what's happening at 3 a.m. or off-peak hours. So I'm not sure that these bike lanes are going to become a panacea to solve all of that, because you're still going to get people doing silly things at 3 in the morning, at midnight, and maybe even busier times in the day. But what you certainly are going to see, because the report tells us, is that part of this road would become a Class F performing road, a bottleneck, a congested area. And what I have seen is when it happens like that in other parts of the city, drivers do other very bad things like cut through neighborhoods, like take other chances, take out their frustration in another point, and the traffic gets shifted elsewhere. So I don't think that this is a wise decision, this particular element. I'm not saying that we ignore Parkside Drive. I'm not saying that we should not care about it. But throwing in some bike lanes as a creative answer to trying to deal with speeding, which happens all over this city, is unsustainable and is picking a spot. And it's responding to something local when this is a regional issue.
Thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just rise today to speak in support of this report before us and to thank staff for their important work, as well as to the local residents who joined us at Infrastructure and Environment Committee and detailed the years-long advocacy work that they have been undertaken to champion this important opportunity for the City of Toronto to provide a safer street for them in their neighborhood. We hear a lot about how unpopular bike lanes are, but I think if we really are looking at the data and the evidence, we understand that this is a very important tool in our toolbox. We have a responsibility to provide safe streets to Torontonians, and that's not always possible. And while I appreciate the points from my colleague about how some of the measures have started to trend in the correct direction, I don't think that that's an indication or a time for us to take our foot off the pedal. We need to continue to prioritize safety for all road users in our busy and growing city. We are a world-class city, and we will only continue to be a world-class city if we can implement the kind of measures that support and provide a sense of safety, inclusion, and equity on our streets. So I thank staff. Again, I thank the local councillor for his leadership. I used to nanny up the street, and Parkside Drive was my main go-to to get to and from the family that I worked with and for. And so I know the street well. I know the challenges. I know it's a very fast and busy street. And I think that, again, this is an important measure for us as a city council with responsibility for infrastructure to move forward with the recommendations of staff, and I will be supporting it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support the recommendations in front of us today for Parkside Drive. We just heard from our staff team that these bike lanes here are estimated at nearly $4 million a kilometer. That's more than 3 times expensive of the cost of cycling infrastructure that we've recently put in on Bloor University and Yonge. I appreciate that it's not just the bike lanes, it's a more comprehensive transportation study that is proposed here. But then I would go back to the contents of the report and point out that pedestrian safety was really one of the #1 concerns, the focus on the sidewalks. And, you know, there's large sections of this that, because of the grading and because of some of the challenges associated with being adjacent to High Park, we're still going to be left with a scenario of this comprehensive transportation study and proposal coming forward where we have large gaps where sidewalks are not part of that, despite the community emphasizing that that's really important. So what we have here is a proposal to spend more bike lanes here when, you know, if we're being honest and you talk to a lot of Torontonians about this, there are clear alternatives that connect to the cycling network right beside it. And I would just draw upon my experience of riding my bike in High Park. And, you know, you come in off of Bloor, you go around the curve there, back to the sort of southwest side. You bank down towards where you'd be going, towards the zoo there at the bottom, and you make your way out and can continue down to the Martin Goodman Trail. If you're talking to cyclists, like, that's actually a much more pleasant experience. It's fantastic riding in High Park, and this council in its wisdom decided that, you know, they were going to take the step to eliminate vehicles from High Park. So this is actually a sanctuary for cycling now as it exists today, and it's a great spot to ride a bike. So when we have competing interests and priorities, when we have limited resources, I think this is one to watch, because this is going to be a scenario where we move forward with a proposal. If council decides to do that today, you reduce vehicle capacity on an already very congested and constrained corridor, going down to another congested and constrained corridor, Lakeshore, Gardner. We're going to take lanes away, and rightfully, I think Torontonians are going to be pointing to the cycling infrastructure in High Park that is immediately beside this. You know, you've also got bike space, which was a new term for me, but bike space on Roncesvalles. You've got the concerns about traffic diversion, which are very real. 35% diversion from Parkside in terms of vehicle volume. And we heard today that, you know, I'm looking for the number here, but I think it was 18% is anticipated to go to Roncesvalles. Well, it's not really great going up and down Roncesvalles right now either, but add 18% to that. Where's the balance of 17%? Where 17% of those 20+ thousand vehicle trips, where are they going? We don't have an answer to that because the model didn't generate an answer, but, you know, common sense would suggest it's probably going to be filtering through the neighborhood. And I suspect the folks that are living over there aren't going to appreciate that too much. So, you know, I would just say, like, we have to do safe and sensible bike lanes. We've got great bike infrastructure immediately right beside it, and I'm not sure who here has ridden in it. It was interesting to hear the commentary, like, you can't, yeah, Councillor Holliday's ridden in it, I've ridden it, probably some others, but some commentary that it wouldn't be appropriate for commuting through High Park because there's a speed limit of 20 kilometers an hour. Well, again, if you're down there right now, you see bikes going a lot faster than 20 kilometers an hour. That's been identified as a problem. I'm hearing for the first time today that we're going to go out and do some enforcement blitzes on speeding on bicycles in the park. Either way, though, I think it raises a lot more questions than it provides answers. We have that infrastructure and that pathway in place right beside Parkside. You know, for my money and for my time and for my safety and frankly my enjoyment, I would rather ride through the park, which we have dedicated an area for bicycles, than ride down Parkside, which is already super congested and challenging to navigate through. So, you know, that's kind of where I'm at on this. I hope we can take a sensible position. And recognize that there's places where we need to be building bike infrastructure and there's other places that are a bit more marginal. I'd put this one in the marginal one with a bunch of red flags, so I won't be supporting it today. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Of course I'm supporting this. Of course, I believe that the people I represent should be able to get around their neighborhoods safely. If you listen to Councillor Holliday, he actually makes the argument for me. He talks about how this is a very busy street and says maybe it should be faster than 40 kilometers an hour because people are actually traveling faster than 40 kilometers an hour. I'm paraphrasing. The fact of the matter is that this is a street that acts like a highway that runs between people's front doors and a park. This is not a common condition in the City of Toronto. In fact, if you look at the data that Councillor Holliday was talking about in terms of the number of tickets issued, this one is always the highest street in the city. People routinely drive too fast. Now, we have done a lot. We have put in extra traffic lights. We have put parking on the east side of the street. We have made changes to the intersections. We've added a bus stop. We have done every practical measure that you can do without actually reconfiguring the street. If you agree with Councillor Holliday, this is a really busy, fast-moving street, you have to vote for this. Councillor Bradford then raises the issue of whether or not this actually achieves the goal that people in the community were talking about, which is pedestrian safety. And again, he makes the argument for us. It is physically impossible to build a full sidewalk on the west side where the park is. There's a retaining wall. There's a retaining wall in an area of natural and scientific interest, the Black Oak Savanna in High Park, that literally comes up within feet of the road. You would have to excavate into the Black Oak Savanna at enormous cost, move a whole lot of light poles to goodness knows where in order to put a sidewalk there. So that's not a practical or economical or feasible or desirable way to do it. Instead, we protect pedestrians in the park by building a physical barrier between the cars and people in the park. That physical barrier is the north-south bike lanes that we're putting in, physically separated, so that pedestrians are no longer right next to fast-moving traffic. It is literally the design principle that you want, to separate people who are speeding from people who are walking. It's the very best option for achieving what Councillor Bradford said, quite correctly, was one of the things that people in the neighborhood want most. And for those of you who are at committee and looked at all the pictures, crash after crash after crash after crash, totaled vehicles and people killed, most of those collisions are on that side. And it's very simple. If someone is driving along and they know that there's parked cars or driveways or some other thing that might suddenly, create a problem for them, they slow down. But on the park side of it, you can't have those driveways and crossings and so on because it's physically not possible. So the only way you make this street, which again runs between a neighborhood and a park, safe, is to install this infrastructure. Now, the claim that there's an alternative route, it has some limited merit. I'm surprised Councillor Bradford hasn't heard until today about all the problems we've been having there. It's on the news every week. There are real problems with speed, particularly on the hills in High Park. And city staff, because of those problems with speed, are designing physical obstructions to slow bicycles down on those hills so that pedestrians wandering around High Park are safer. So none of the arguments you've heard against this hold water. And frankly, if you want to listen to the people in the City of Toronto who overwhelmingly supported this when we did our public consultation, and you want to make city streets safer, you will support this.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have never seen a more compelling case for needing safety improvements than Parkside Drive. There have been 3 fatalities, 5 seriously injured, and the residents that came forward brought photographs of the crashes, and it's horrific. And it's horrific that these are families that have been walking along Parkside Drive with their children, people with their children that have seen these accidents. What was also horrific was to hear the stories of the near misses, the stories of people having a truck pass by them, mount up onto the side, past the road and crash into a tree. Our data doesn't count near misses. We don't catch that. And there are a lot of them on Parkside Drive, and the residents told those stories. I want to give credit to our colleague here, Councillor Morley. She said something that has really resonated and really stuck with me. She said, it's not enough for us to come to council and to pass strategies. We pass the cycling network. We pass the Vision Zero strategy. We pass what was the transform TO. But then we're not ready to do the hard work, and we're not ready to have hard conversations. She's right, it's not enough. We have to have action. The report that's before us on Parkside Drive is an excellent example of a safety improvement that will make a street safer for pedestrians, for cyclists, and for motorists. And it is a safe street for everyone, because when our loved ones leave our homes to go for a walk, to go for a ride, to go to work, to go to the park, wherever they're going, we want them to come home safely at the end of the day. Anyway, I thank city staff for the great work. I think it's important to remember that we remember this brings it forward to final design. That is work that we should progress with. Yes, we're facing uncertainty. We are facing uncertainty with provincial legislation, but where that may go is to a process where it needs to be approved, and that's fine. We still need a final design. So let's get a final design. Let's show community that we're listening. A big thank you also to Councillor Perks, who has been listening to community, who has been dealing with all those concerns for many, many, many years. And finally, we have this before us today. And I just ask that you don't confuse this one project with the next issue that we're going to discuss, which is provincial legislation, which is, frankly, I feel overreach into municipal decision-making. But they are two different votes. I ask that you look at them differently. I ask that you think of this from the perspective of those parents that brought in those photos to show those horrific accidents and said how worried they are about their children. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you wish to make an introduction at this time? Just one sec. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to acknowledge and to recognize the Fred Victor's Employment and Training Services folks are here. Welcome, welcome. It's 12 adults participating in a group called RAP. It's a community outreach and social wellness. The visit to City Hall forms part of a series of community outings. In this case, program participants are here to learn more about how local government works and how they can get involved in their community. So thank you for being here, and I hope you learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Are we not clapping? Okay. Councillor McKelvey, did you want to introduce something before we recess? No, we're voting after lunch. Okay, Councillor McKelvey?
I did, but unfortunately the clerks aren't able to prepare it to introduce. I was hoping we could just introduce and it could be submitted or put up on lunch for people to review. But I'll introduce it first when we come back and just ask that colleagues look at it promptly when we arrive.
Yeah, and there are other members' motion as well that are going to be introduced after lunch, so we'll do that all at the time. And we don't even have 18 members in the council chambers. So we're going to take the vote after lunch, and I'll tell you why, Councillor Perks, because Councillor Pasternak asked if we can wait after lunch because he'd like to vote on it, and I have to respect all members of council if they make that request. So we'll vote after lunch. So we'll recess to 2 o'clock. to the council chambers. Council, please take your seats. We have a number of members' motion we want to introduce, but we need 18 members, and we don't have 18 members. Members of council, please come to the council chambers. No. Okay. Everyone, please take your seats. Order. This meeting is now resumed. Councillor Perruzza, can you please take your seat? Okay, members, we do have a presentation this afternoon for the lifting of the name ceremony to give the name of an island and park in the Portlands. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow and Elder Shelley Charles to speak.
Yesterday, Council approved an item about an in-depth process undertaken by Indigenous communities in collaboration with city staff to choose a name for the island that has now been formed in the lower Don River through the Portlands Flood Protection Project. This work was called for by Councillor Paula Fletcher in response to the Reconciliation Action Plan and its very innovative and collaborative approach to place naming. We're here today to gratefully accept and celebrate two new meaningful place names on our waterfront. Names that connect us to our past, present, and future relationships with the land, water, and with each other. This is the final step in the process led by Indigenous communities and Elder Shirley Charles to reflect on, discover, and determine names for the island and park in the Portlands that are rooted in the land, in history, and in Indigenous culture, languages, and values that deserve more recognition, celebration, and prominence in our city. It's not every day that we have a new island pop up that needs a name. Not every day indeed. We envision this place as a vibrant, inclusive, and unique area that is inspired and informed by reconnecting with the land and water, starting with the rebirth and the renaturalization of the mouth of the Don River. While this is the final step in this place naming initiative, it is just the beginning of the journey of reconciliation. 2 weeks ago, we were gifted these names from the Indigenous advisory circles of elders, knowledge keepers, language speakers, youth and community members. What a celebration that was. Yesterday, we accepted and adopted these names formally right at this council chamber. Today, we celebrate that from now on, these areas will be known as Ookwemin Minising, which is the island of the black cherry tree. And, places of the black cherry trees. I should look at my notes, I remember that. And the park, which is Biidaasige, Biidaasige, meaning sunlight shining towards us. Wow, that's just incredibly beautiful. I want to thank everyone involved in this initiative, including Elder Shelley Charles and the Indigenous advisory circles of elders, knowledge keepers, language speakers, youth, and community members. It was a beautiful video that we saw. The circle's time, wisdom, and willingness to collaborate to do this in a good way is just moving. I also want to thank city staff from the Indigenous Affairs Office, City Planning and Parks, Forestry and Recreation, who have also asked me to thank Councillor Fletcher for her leadership on this initiative. It is with gratitude that I invite Elder Shelley Charles to share a few words with Council and lead us in a ceremony to lift up the names of the island and park. And then after, let's join in this ceremony. Elder, come and say a few words.
Miigwech bonjour, bonjour, Ani, Sego, Kwekwe, Danse, Mandakwe Indigenous, Muskinoja Gigon, Mdodem, Gaye Wawa Tessi, Indigo, Nongam Gijika Gwejimigo Nadama, this onadama shin, Opchigo Gachimigwecha Kinigego Gamijian. Kinoema na ke gajindayan vidoko shin, minwa kinoema shin, na ke gajindayan nangam gijigak, gibigino nigoni nikane nadama desun nadama shin, nindawema ganadok nikanasadok. Hello everyone. This is a very special moment in time. It is this is a recognition of work that we have done together alongside the City of Toronto, along with the Indigenous Affairs Office, and support from several departments across the City of Toronto. We have worked together in circle. This is the very first time that we have done this, the lifting up of a name. And it is such a special time for Indigenous people. I myself lifted up the words in Ojibwe, and I am Ojibwe, and a name for us is so important. It is how we carry ourselves. It speaks to the future, and we came to the name Ookwemin Minising. We came to that name together. We thought about the history of the land before the industrialization, and we came full circle and ended up where we started, and realized that this island truly is in the place of the black cherry trees. Ookwemin Minising. And then as we worked that way together and collectively we put our voices together and held our tobacco, then it became clearer to us that that park is Biidaasige. And Biidaasige is speaking to that emerging light that's coming towards us. And it really is speaking about the future of the city, the future of the island, Ookwemin Minising. So we are going to begin to lift up the name. And in this way, we've asked those ones who we have worked with from the very beginning to complete this work. We're coming full circle again. You will hear time and time again how important the circle is, and we start to see how that works through our everyday lives, and our we're starting this work now. So we're coming back to where we started this way, and inviting the staff here, some of the staff from the City of Toronto and the Indigenous Affairs Office to help us. Our names are so important to us. And there are so many teachings about our names, and that is the one that we are going to walk with and try to be like and to aspire to be like throughout our lives, throughout our journey. And this journey that we are talking about when we're lifting the name up is going into the future, farther than we can see, Nigan Inabe, farther than we know. So we have asked the Indigenous Affairs Office staff to help us with this work, and we are going to, for those that are able, if you would like to be part of this, you could stand in your place. We are going to be looking to the east, which is directly to my right, I guess my far right. And then we're going to be turning after we say, Ookwemin Minising Biidaasige. Then we're going to turn to the south, and then we'll turn to the west, and we'll finish where we started. So we'll do that together. Ookwemin Minising Biidaasige. Ookwemin Minising Biidaasige. Ookwemin Minising Biidaasige. Ookwemin Minising Biidaasige. Abojo Ookwemin Minising Minwa Biidaasige. Abchagog Chimigwecha Kinege Goga Mijian. Ninduema Ganadok. Ojibwe Mission, Ojibwe Missionong. Thank you all for helping us lift up this name at this very important time, and thank you to our mayor. Thank you to our mayor for making this possible, and a very big special lapchago chimigwech to Councillor Paula Flesher, who has been a driving force and in the work that we do. And in the bringing together of community. It is so very important today, now more than ever before, to bring all peoples together from the four directions to work on something that is so positive and so life-aspiring, such as the birthing, the naming of this new island, Ookwemin Minising. Miigwech. Thank you so much. Thank you. My pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Okay, members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Sachs? Councillor Sachs.
Just waiting for the motion. Right. Yes, I have a motion here. The court services have asked for 6 extra weeks to have their administrative monetary penalty system ready.
All in favor? Carried.
Administrative monetary penalty system ready?
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple. There we go. This is just to have non-motorized craft year-round in a, what are those things called? Caboose, I forget what, container, Cherry Beach.
Carried. You have another one, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I do. For a permit that was severely impacted by the bridge, the Port Authority's bridge being up, all for 4 or 5 months to look at some permit fee reimbursement from Parks, which they agree with.
All in favor? Carried. Can I introduce it? Oh, Paula, sorry. Councillor Fletcher, can you introduce the motion I'm moving and you second it? It's 80 Guestville.
Very relevant about N13 notices to revoke a building permit. Councillor Speaker Nunziata is very busy trying to maintain the residents of 80 Guestville in their apartments.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Perruzza, you're next.
Yes, I have a motion that I would like to introduce, and it's basically to introduce a motion to reopen and amend MM 22.36, alternative space for recreation programming at Carmen Estefano Community Center. And the reason for the urgency is that our lease in that facility expires at the end of this month.
Carried. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion for appointment of the fire chief and general manager, and it's urgent to give authority to the city manager to finish the process.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. Before we go through the member's motion, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Pasternak, it's my understanding that you're going to withdraw MM 2315?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Although this motion is well intended, and I stand by the content and how it's written, to spare both council and clerks unnecessary prolonged debate this afternoon, I will withdraw it and bring it back in a cleaner form in December.
Okay. Councillor Pasternak is moving to withdraw the member's motion. On favor? Carried. Okay. Do we have any quick releases? Councillor Sachs?
Yeah, I have a quick release, and also I have one other motion to introduce, which I think clerk says.
Well, that you'll have to wait until the clerk gives it to me.
Okay, all right. Yes, quick release, please, on CC 23.13, 69 Yorkville Avenue. And I have a motion.
This is your 4th try.
Or 4th or 5th.
You might win.
Okay, so what's happening here? Is that
I have to release it.
Okay.
Members, I would like to release CC 2313, which is 69 Yorkville Avenue, which is an OLT hearing, request for directions report. Councillor Sachs has a motion which has a confidential attachment. Staff have reviewed it. I have reviewed it. I'm satisfied, so I would ask you to support her motion and then adopt the amended item.
Okay, so we'll put Councillor Sachs's motion on the screen. Okay, there it is, CC 2313. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. That's it, okay. All right, that's done. Any further quick releases? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. SC 17.2. There is a staff attachment. It came without recommendations, and there's 2 bills to be attached to that item, and a subsequent amendment that staff has from myself. If I can just incorporate those and just to move that along, please.
Okay, that's on SC 17.2. Okay, there it is. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Oh, there's another one? Okay.
Yeah.
There's the other one. Staff recommendation on favor? Carried. That's
Thank
the
you.
item. Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. Item PH 16.13, building more missing middle, addressing gaps in multiplex permissions. Councillor Bradford has a motion. Again, staff and I have reviewed it and we're satisfied. So with Councillor Bradford's motion, which I commend to you, I think we can dispose of the item quickly.
Councillor Bradford, your motion.
Yep, I have that motion pre-circulated. I'm also comfortable with the motion for the record, and so would like to move that.
Okay, there it is by Councillor Bradford's motion. Amendment on favor.
Recorded?
Recorded vote.
He released it, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Councillor Sachs, please. And Councillor Chang, may we please have your vote? Affirmative, thank you. The motion carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay. Item is amended. On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, I'm having trouble seeing you on the WebEx screen. Councillor Turnoslin, may we please have your vote? Okay, in favor, thank you. The item as amended carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay. All right. Councillor Bradford, do you have another quick release? Councillor Bradford?
That's right, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'd like to quick release TE 17.8 985 Woodbine Ave.
Okay, just a sec. I didn't hear that number.
TE 17.8, which is 985 Woodbine Avenue. It's a decision report, and I'm going to release that with a quick amendment. Excited to share that we've been able to work with staff and the applicant to extend the affordability of the rental units to 99 years on the site.
Okay. Do we have that amendment?
Yep.
Okay, there it is. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. You have another one?
I do.
Okay.
I think Councillor Holiday and I are happy to let PH 16.3, which is 72 Amroth, the missing middle pilot in Beaches, East York, let that go with a recorded vote. PH 16.3.
I'm sorry.
Planning and Housing 16.3.
Okay, okay, on PH 16.3, on favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please. The item carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay. Any further releases? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually need to reopen EX 18.8 Go Expansion Program to move an additional motion.
Okay, does the staff have your motion?
Yes, they do. It's basically just asking the appropriate staff to work with Metrolinx and the Toronto Region Conservation Authority. There's a number of trail crossings and areas where TRCA work intersects with Metrolinx. So we're just asking for consideration and working with the TRCA.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
let's just reopen it first. Okay, the motion to reopen on favor, carried. So we'll do it now. Okay, there it is. Councillor Ainsley's motion. On favor. Item is amended. On favor. Carried.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, quick release.
Thank you. I have an amendment to IE 17.6, Community Sport and Recreation Investment Fund application. Something that I already spoke with Councillor Thompson about, and it's simply, sorry,
Okay,
I'll
well,
wait.
hold on.
Yeah.
We have to put it on the screen.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
there it is on the screen.
So we're asking the Government of Ontario to expand their Community Sport and Recreation Investment Fund to include one Stream 1 and one Stream 2 funded project per Toronto ward, because right now we only get one for the whole City of Toronto per stream, and there's small cities that are 100,000 or less than 100,000 people that are getting these grants. So I'm sure we all can think of a part of our
Okay, this is a quick
infrastructure.
release, Councillor
Yes,
Chang.
yes, sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
So the amendments on the screen, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Okay, so this motion run through.
Speaker, sorry, you're committed to doing the vote on.
Oh, yes, we'll do the vote on the park side. Okay, so we'll put the item. I don't believe there were any motions, were there? No. Okay, so on the item, recorded vote.
The item carries. The vote is 19-7.
So we will go through the members' motion now. MM 23.1, we'll put it on the screen. There it is on the screen. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Board of Health. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On referring it? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Perruzza, please. The vote to waive referral carries. The vote is 22-4.
On the item, who wanted to hold? Oh, Councillor Holyday wants to hold. Okay. 23.2. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to Toronto Local Appeal Body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. 23.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. 23.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. 23.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. 23.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. 23.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Do we have the revised?
I can hold and we can quick release. Maybe we can advance
you want to hold
circulate.
it?
And we'll advance circulate and then quick release.
Okay. Okay, so Councillor McKelvey is holding down number 7. MM 23.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2024, i.e. 14.6, only as it pertains to the report routing and the reopening date set on parts 2 and 3. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 23.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 NY 12.8, only as it pertains to parts 2 and 4 of the decision. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 23.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Sachs, please.
I'm starting to get nightmares on this bell.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 20-5.
Pardon?
I'd like to hold the item, please.
You like to hold it? MM 2311. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM Okay, so it's 12, but I got on the member's motion 17. So is that just a spelling error? Yeah, but it says 17 on that, so we have to change it.
That's correct.
This is 12, so we have to, right? Okay. All right. So we'll just have to change it in the number is incorrect. Yeah, but it says, yeah, just my copy. Okay. MM 2312. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing that has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. Recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Bravo, if you're present in the meeting, can you please turn your camera on? Councillor Chernoslin, oh, we just got your vote. Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 24-1.
MM 2313. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Pardon? Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor Perruzza, please. The item carries. The vote is 24-1.
MM 2314. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? All in favor of waiving referral?
Recorded.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. We haven't moved referral yet. We're going to hold it down. So you want a recorded vote on moving referral? Okay.
Yeah, properly. Sorry, I should stand up to address you. We don't do this often, and I'm not even sure if we have done it, but I would like to speak on waiving the referral on that motion. Is that possible?
Not a debatable.
It's not in front of us until we waive referral.
There's a motion in front of us.
It's a procedural motion.
Okay, I've been told by the clerk that there is no rule. So, no. So, Councillor Holliday, you want to debate for the referral? You want to speak on the referral? Yeah. Well, we are going to hold it down. Point of order, Councillor Perks.
My memory of the procedures bylaw is that where the rules do not cover it, two things can be brought in. One, practice, typical practice of council, and two, the speaker has a right to make a decision. The typical practice of council has been that motions to introduce are not debated. That's been the case for the whole 18 years I've been here. So I would ask you to rule that we not do this, because if you allow Councillor Holliday to do this, literally every member's motion we have in front of us, the introduction of it becomes debatable, and we will lose hours every meeting. And the second principle in the procedures bylaw is that members have a right to an efficient meeting. This will become inefficient. If Councillor Holliday believes that the motion is incorrectly in front of us, he can go and ask you to rule it out of order. If he wants to speak to the substance of the motion, he can do that either when we have waived referral or when it goes to committee. So I'd ask you to rule that he cannot speak on the motion to introduce.
Okay, Councillor Holliday, like, you can speak on it once we introduce it. It's my understanding that this member's motion we've agreed yesterday that we were going to deal with it with the CC 23.1. So it's going to be held.
I'm not debating that. I am asking to speak on the merits of introducing the motion.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just hearing what the clerk, that there is no rule. No, I know, I understand, Councillor Fletcher. There is no rule. No, but there is, I know, okay, please, I can hear you. So there is no rule, but, you know, I understand the point that Councillor Perks is making, because if we do open that up, then we would be having members of council debating on every referral motion that we introduce at this council meeting, correct? Right? So, Councillor Holiday? Councillor Holiday? Councillor Holiday, have a lot of respect for you and I like you, but I'm going to have to rule that out of order. Yes?
I'm going to challenge the chair on the grounds that members, that
You can challenge,
that members have the right
It's not debatable.
that members have the
Once
right.
it says challenge, it
I know. Councillor Holiday. Okay. Councillor Holiday, challenge me. Yes. So we're taking a vote if the ruling of the chair be upheld. Recorded vote. No, Councillor Prusa, there's no debate. There's no debate. Order, we're in the middle of a vote.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Matlow, your vote, please. Okay. The chair is upheld. The vote is 21-3.
Councillor Perks, we're holding the item down. Okay, and Councillor Perks.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a sec. Councillor Perks, what is...
Sorry, on one of the earlier items, number 6, my intention had been to hold it, and I simply missed it because we were going through quickly. So if I could ask council to reopen the vote so that I can hold it for debate.
Number 6?
Yes.
The religious one?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so on waiving referral, in favor, we're holding the item down. MM 2315. Oh, we have to reopen it, correct, yeah. MM 23.6, motion to reopen, on favor, carried, the item is being held down. MM 2315, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to... I did. Okay, recorded vote on the referral, MM 2314. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, may we have your vote, please? The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 21 to 4.
And I'm holding it down.
Yes, so we're holding it down. If I can ask the mayor to, no, you have to go back there. Yeah, just go behind the wall. Okay, MM 23.16, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, recorded vote. Recorded vote on the item because there's a conflict on this one.
The item carries. The vote is 23 to 1.
Okay, Mayor, you can come back in now.
Thank you.
Okay. MM 2317. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been named urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 23.18. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item of Councillor Holyday?
Please?
Yes?
A very easy one. May I vote on the two propositions separately? So 1 and 2 separately.
Okay. So Councillor Holyday is asking that we vote on 1 and 2 separately. So let's vote on 1 first.
So can I have a recorded vote on number 1?
Yes, recorded vote on number 1. And then you want to record a vote on 2 as well?
Nope.
No? Okay, recorded vote on 1.
No. Part 1 of the item.
I think we've tried to do this before, Josh, haven't we? Josh, didn't we try to do this last term as well?
Councillor Perks, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, may we please have your vote? In favor? Thank you. Part 1 of the item carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, on part 2, on favor, carried. MM 2319. Notice if this motion has not been given, a 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 PH 13.6 only as it pertains to key terms for proposed transaction. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. All in favor of reopening? On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2320. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to General Government Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Can we have just a recorded on the item?
Recorded vote on the item. Recorded vote on the item. Like awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Cole, your vote, please. The item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
MM 2321. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 2322. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 2323. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopening of item NY 17.11 as it relates to Part 7 of the City Council decision only. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 2324. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 2325. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agenda before council for debate. On favor of the item, carried.
Madam Speaker, I have to hold it for a technical amendment. Staff have asked me to hold it for a technical amendment.
You want to hold it?
Please.
MM 23.26. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. Recorded vote on this one. Okay. MM 2327. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 2328. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. What's happening here? Just that I had duplicates here. MM 23.29. This motion, we'll wait till it gets on the screen. There you are. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopening of items IE 10.1, IE 16.3, only as it relates to the effective date. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council... Okay, can I have some quiet? I'm trying to go through members' motion. Councillor, please. Councillor Bradford, please. We're trying to get through this. All in favor of waiving reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 23.30. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2331. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 23.32. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Can I have a recorded vote on this one? Councillor Fletcher, we're voting on that motion that you second for me. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, your vote, please. The item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
My tenants, thank you. MM 2333. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 23.34. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Do we want a recorded vote on this one? Okay. I thought it was an urgent motion. Pardon, Councillor McKelvey?
I can, the CPACE one, 23.7, it had the amendment is ready.
23.7?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey is releasing MM 23.7. On favor? Carried. We'll put Councillor McKelvey's motion on the screen, the one that she's releasing. Okay, on favor? Carried. Thank you. So we're at EC 16.1 now. And Councillor Moyes, you held the item down. Culture Connects. So now what we're doing, so everybody understands what we're doing here, we're doing CC 23.1, which the mayor held down, and members' motion 2314, that we're going to deal with both of them together. Okay, so everyone understands that? Yeah, that's what we agreed on yesterday. Okay, so CC 23.1 and MM 23.14. So I guess we can go for, do we?
You've already done that, so they are together.
Okay, so if we have any questions, if you can put your name on the, what was this? Where'd you, who brought these in? You're sweet. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you. The supplemental that you brought forward has an estimate of $48 million for removal. I was wondering if you could give some more background on that, especially in comparison to other projects.
Thank you. Through the speaker, we've been under certainly a time crunch to get a sense of what the cost of removals might cost. We've made a significant number of assumptions. They are at a very preliminary order of magnitude estimate only. But at this stage, we've assumed that given there are 3.5 kilometers of roads that have been recently reconstructed in the last few years, namely sections of University Queen's Park and Bloor, we've looked at the cost to reconstruct those roads in order to remove the curbs that have created the bike lanes and other elements such as the location of signals and such that would need to be redone in order to reinstate motor vehicle lanes for those corridors. So those costs for the reconstructed segments are about $20 million for 3.5 kilometers of road reconstruction. And then the remaining $28 million in that estimate is associated with another 18.5 or so kilometers of taking out existing lane markings, taking out segments of signs and precast curbs, and a light resurfacing of those that would be required based on the condition of those roads after that kind of removal would be taking place. So those are the assumptions that went in. They are very, very preliminary. We're trying to make sure that we understand that we can present to council the cost of removal as we see it at this point. But further information is required before we know.
So have you also looked at the cost of disposal of materials? Because there are many curbs and concretes and things that need to be disposed. Have you looked at that? Because most of that can't be reused.
No, we haven't looked at the disposal of material costs.
Okay, so if you actually factor that in, then your 48 million could even be a low estimate.
It's very possible this is a low estimate. As I said, we brought it together very quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Yes. Thank you. In conversations with the public about bike lanes, I've frequently heard members of the public ask if we could provide more data about the context for bike lanes, the modes people are using, the impacts of bike lanes. Has that been your experience as well?
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor Perks. I think we started our sort of broad look and reach on data with King Street when we installed a lot of counters, video counters, Bluetooth readers, so that we could get an accurate picture of travel time and the number of people who travel by various modes. And so we brought that data to bear in future projects that we've done, such as
in fact, the province of Ontario has, in this legislation, said that us providing them with data is going to be part of the process. Is that?
That's correct.
I used to be in the transportation world in my activist days, and my memory is that the single best source of transportation data for how people got around the City of Toronto was the Transportation Tomorrow survey. Would you concur with that?
I would concur that the TTS provides a immeasurable source of information for not only transportation, but for city planning and a number of other disciplines to really understand people's travel patterns in the region, in the GTHA.
The Transportation Tomorrow survey conducted a review based on 2022 or 2023 data.
2022, and Jesse Coleman from my team is here, who's really familiar with it if you have further questions, but it was 2022 and the one before that was 2016.
So the data is all collected and has been analyzed, but cannot be made public right now. Can you tell me why it cannot be made public?
The province of Ontario runs the Transportation Tomorrow survey. They're the convener who would publish that data to the public. And so my understanding is that with the technical inputs from the University of Toronto and other participating jurisdictions, of which we are one, they need to publish that data in order for it to be available to the public. As a participating jurisdiction, we have early access to some of that data, and we have prepared a confidential report.
And why is it confidential?
It is not available to the public as yet. I assume it will be published shortly by the province of Ontario when they finish their due diligence.
So the data is collected, it's been analyzed,
Correct.
the various parties are satisfied, they're in a position to start using it, but the province of Ontario has yet to make it public.
That is my understanding, yes, Councillor Perks.
Well, that's quite a double bind, asking us for data that we're not allowed to use. One of the things that the province of Ontario has said about bike lanes is that we should consider parallel routes on side streets. And I know this was part of the discussion on Parkside.
Yeah.
Has the province offered you any advice on those parallel routes?
Through the speaker, no, and we don't, that's further information that we would certainly have to really deep dive. And in some cases, as you know, there aren't contiguous parallel routes adjacent, and in other cases there are significant barriers like ravines and highways and rivers and railroad tracks that
narrow
would
residential streets
require significant infrastructure to cross. It's another reason why some of those main routes are considered and utilized for cycling connections.
Part of the city's design of our cycling network, if I can draw an analogy, is to have sort of main arteries and then feeders, as we do, say, with the TTC. We have the subway fed by buses. Is it part of our design to have main routes for people who want to travel further connected to local streets and some on-street shared spaces?
Yes, our experience is that fast, frequent, and reliable connections encourage people to travel on those corridors, correct? So everybody kind of wants to be on the main streets.
Right.
Buses want to be on the main streets, bikes and the people want to be on the main streets, and the cars want to be on the main streets. And so it's why, getting back to your question about data, it's so important for us to be able to track data over time so that we understand local travel patterns. And we do have a number of engineering tools that we use on all of these projects. I think it gets sometimes with people that the capacity for roads is best managed at the intersection where you can add or maintain lanes to be able to have turning movements. And so we really put a lot of effort into addressing those issues to work for everybody.
So by analogy, asking us to take, let's run the TTC without the subway.
That was your last question.
I think that's a reasonable comparison.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, questions?
Yes, thank you very much to staff for the report. In the downtown area, a very large number of people don't drive cars.
Yes, I would agree with that. Through the speaker, I would agree with that, Councillor Sachs. I think it's over 50% of the people who live in downtown don't have a car.
Right, and they need safe ways to get around, and that's, we can offer them are walking, cycling, and transit, correct?
Correct.
And if people have to own a personal car, it's going to cost them more than $1,300 a month to own and look after and park a personal car in downtown.
That's correct. There are certainly costs associated with owning a car.
Right, and at a time when affordability is of an enormous challenge to people across the city, and certainly to many people downtown, providing bike lanes is one of the key tools the city has for allowing people to meet their mobility needs while keeping the cost of living down.
That's correct, and I just wanted to add a footnote, Councillor Sachs, that outside of the downtown, that car ownership is 28% of the people outside of the downtown don't own a car.
Right, so those people count also.
Correct.
Now, in terms of the importance for local businesses, one of the newly constructed bike lanes is on Bloor Street in my ward, which includes going through the Bloor Annex BIA. What does the evidence show is the impact on local businesses of having a bike lane on the main street in front of them?
Thank you for the Councillor question, Sachs. Through the speaker, quite a bit of analysis was done back in 2016 when the Bloor Street pilot project bike lane was done, and it found that both based on merchant surveys as well as point of sale payment processing, that total customer spending in the area of the bike lanes increased more than the area that did characteristics.
Right, and we've also had a recent statement by the Bloor Annex Business Improvement strongly objecting to the province's wrong-headed approach because it will cost them business, right?
That's correct.
And we also know that having bike lanes in an area increases our ability to attract.
That's correct.
And it also increases the value of local homes because it's desirable for people to live there, correct?
That's correct.
And the province's idea that you can just move bike lanes onto side streets, in order to provide safe bike lanes on side streets, we still have to take out a lane of traffic, right?
That's correct, and I would also say our experience, because we have a pretty extensive cycling network plan, as you know, and it carries into all areas of the city, it is still a very dynamic and challenging conversation with residents on local roads to integrate bike lanes.
Right, and in fact, the impact is greater, because if you have a broad street with multiple lanes, you can take one way and still have traffic going in that direction. On a side street like Palmerston, if you take a lane of traffic out, all that's left is one way, right?
Yes, and it's also a situation on most side streets where there are many, many more driveways, which means there are many, many more cars and pedestrians and cyclists coming into conflict across the driveways, which you don't have that condition on the main streets in the same way.
Right, so the province's idea of moving bike lanes onto side streets, it's extremely expensive, it's much less safe, and it's going to interrupt traffic at least as much or more than what we've done on our main streets.
That is what we found in our report, yes.
Okay. So what the province is proposing is to waste $50 million to make the city less safe, to increase the cost of living, to harm local businesses, and to reduce the value
Councillor Sachs, question.
Isn't that the case?
Yes.
Yes, and I feel like the impetus of trying to reduce congestion in the city is something that we all own and we're working very diligently on, and we have lots of opportunities to expand that reach and continue to work on congestion management without looking at bike lanes in the city.
Right, and if we look, for example, at University Avenue, the dedicated bike lanes on that street, they serve the hospitals. Did the hospitals support the installation of those bike lanes?
They did.
Why?
Many of their workers commute to work on bike lanes. As you mentioned, it's an affordable way to get around. And And they believed that it was valuable for that as an employer to be able to have people access their
I just squeeze one
job.
last question. The province alleges that our bike lanes on University Yonge and Avenue University were poorly planned. Were they poorly planned?
They were not poorly planned. No, we planned them for quite some time with lots of information and data. We did pop them up quite quickly during COVID because we had already examined that we could put them in.
What? Okay. I want to remind members of council that we are dealing with CC 23.1 and MM 2314. Okay, just so councilors understand that. Councillor Holiday, questions? Okay, question to the mayor? Okay.
Yep, can we just hold my time till the mayor can? Mayor, if I may.
It's your motion.
Mayor,
Okay.
I suspect you've heard much of the same feedback that I've heard from community members out in the west end of the city, whether it's Ward 3 or Ward 2 or Ward 1. Would you agree that you've heard a lot of things? There's a lot of people really upset with the installation on Bloor Street. So if we could get the microphone on, it would be great. What are we going to do about it? There's a rift that's growing wider and wider and wider in the community because of them.
I met with the local business improvement area and together with Councillor Deputy Mayor Amber Molly and with city staff. At that meeting, we said that we listened to their concerns. We also said, let's tackle each of the area one by one. And the poles or the way it's designed make it hard for people to open the door. We get it? Or if you're on a wheelchair, which my mom had been on a wheelchair for a long time. I get it. You know, how do you get out from the parking spot? So there are minor fixes like that needs to be done. Also, some of the traffic that are backed up, the traffic signals are changing. Right turn, left turn, to ease the traffic flow, and that's also been done. So there's a group of things that's being done. The other thing is that they said, can we put they said they're not against the bike lane per se, but they're against losing the car lane. Okay? So in the area that causes the major pain, major grief, you can call it, we said that I asked the staff, can you look at any possibility of bringing back the car lane, because some of the bike lane is wider than usual, and there are places where there's median. Are the local residents and the local businesses, are they willing to lose that? Are they willing to, because those also just went in recently. So can we work together so it's a win-win situation? I understand that the staff is looking at it. It may or may not be possible, but what my commitment and together with Councillor Molly is to let us work together in a small group, not big, gigantic, big meetings, because it's hard to do kind of negotiation. Let's work together to tackle each of the problems in a way that is practical. Okay. And now, that's just beginning. Is it possible? I don't know. I'll assist as much as I can because I want to see whether there's a way we could collaborate.
So I would put to you, Mayor, that there's a lot of people that just want the lanes gone. I mean, you talked about tinkering with aspects of it, but there's a huge number of people in the community that are incredibly frustrated with the level of change. They just don't want them there. This is a nexus point. Why wouldn't you just take the win here and let the provincial government deal with any heat about removing them and give the people what they want? Well, we are headed to such a fracture point, and this seemed like a great way out. I just don't know why we're fighting it now.
I think the Torontonians and people of Toronto and members of council deserve respect. That decision was made several times before I arrived here as your mayor. It was discussed during the term of the last mayor. It was discussed before the election of everyone re-elected, right? So it went through, this bike lane conversation have gone for at least
You
3 or
voted
4
on it, though.
years.
You voted on aspects of it recently.
Yes, I know, because I respect all the previous work. And I wasn't there were, I believe, 3 or 4 or 5 councillors that voted against it. I respect all the work that has been done previously, before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and after the pandemic. This has been discussed for many, many times.
So if the voters don't feel
and
respected,
on top of that,
how will we fix
councillor,
that?
Okay,
the local councillor supports it. I always, if in doubt, support the wishes of the local councillor. That's how I like to operate.
Okay, that was your last question, Councillor Holiday. Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, mine were of staff. And I don't know whether it's the motion or the report, but really it's the report because it's more staff-based. We have, since we began installing cycling infrastructure, we've usually prefaced it with modal split. We talk in percentages and we talk of the growth of cycling. Is the problem in some of the areas that we're here? Are we at a tipping point? Are staff familiar with the concept of the tipping point? Are we growing cyclists, but we're not shrinking cars fast enough? Is that the tipping point that we're finding ourselves at, and so we're seeing this anger?
Well, through the speaker, I might lean on Roger a little bit. I think that we are in an interesting, not only in an interesting point in terms of the dynamic between all the different modes. We're growing higher order transit, so people are finding a different way to get around. We are post-COVID, and so the patterns that we sort of relied on for decades before are really quite different in terms of how people get to work and what days they go to work. We have seen a really different change in the commute and the most congested parts of the day. We used to have an AM peak, and now we don't have an AM peak. In that time, we've expanded access to cycling infrastructure. A lot of people have taken up bikes. You'll see that in the confidential report that there is some more current information on mode share. And there is still, because of these changing patterns, I believe there is still sort of additional reasons for people to want to drive. We're building higher density. We're building affordable housing in parts of the city that we haven't built it before. And people are figuring all of that out, right? So we also, as a result of that, there's a tremendous amount of construction. And I think because people are shifting travel patterns and more people might be on the road in areas to get to work and such where they weren't before, the construction is having a huge impact on delay.
So you've just named a whole host of physical changes and societal changes that actually couldn't have been anticipated when we began our work in cycling plan and scheduling out a 10-year plan of installing cycling infrastructure. So now we're trying to adjust for all of those things at once.
That's correct.
And if we think about it, we also have the only one that I think I didn't hear there is we're still struggling to get some people who were less confident about transit who reverted to cars. And so that interrupts that mode split going through the natural adjustment as well.
That's true. I also think, Councillor Carroll, in areas of the city that have not had safe and connected cycling infrastructure before, when we put it in, we see steady growth over time. but I think new infrastructure doesn't have the kind of use that you see on infrastructure that's been in for quite some time. And we track that data, and we know that the use does increase over time, but I think that can be frustrating for communities who see new infrastructure and maybe not see it used as frequently as some other locations.
Right. So if we take the collaboration approach that we're seeing in the motion, is it possible for staff, maybe even ministry staff are doing this at the same time over at the province, is it possible to look at, although there are some unprecedented factors there, is it possible to look at communities who have got to this, I call it a tipping point, who have got to this tipping point and found ways to ameliorate some of the problems, but continue on with an agenda that brings about the modal shift that you need? Would that be better than just throwing down a piece of legislation and walking backwards? We collaborate, we get examples and learnings from cities who maybe got to this point and they found ways to adjust.
So I through the speaker, I think, yes, absolutely. We are in touch with and work quite directly with a lot of other cities that I would suggest are more advanced than we are in terms of building those connected networks. In fact, I recently spoke with people in the city of Copenhagen, which, as you know, is world renowned for having connected cycling infrastructure that has heavy use. They are seeing single occupant vehicle trips go up in some parts of the city. So I do think that this change that we've experienced post-COVID, et cetera, has really changed the patterns for all cities. We do continue to learn from them, and we will continue to do so.
Hoping to get it in. One more question. If we take the collaborative approach, I've heard the mayor say publicly, we freely admit, at least politicians do, sometimes a bike lane doesn't work out. There's a design aspect that isn't working. If we walk into this collaborative approach, does city staff arrive in that collaborative approach freely willing to analyze those and admit to places where they need either to adjust or change holus bolus?
Absolutely, and I think we try very diligently to do that in advance of installing the infrastructure, but we are always there to fix it. And if we do have to go back, as the mayor noted, the commitment that we've made is we're going to go back in December with some additional discussion and options for the portion of Bloor Street that's Councillor Holliday was talking about. I'm not sure where we'll get in that discussion, but we are always looking to find those win-win solutions where we can.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Question to staff. The mayor indicated that you are looking at redesign options for Bloor Street West. That's the impression that was given to us. How's that going?
Thanks for the question. We have been actively making adjustments, design adjustments, where particular location issues have been raised, and following the mayor's commitment have been looking at if the street were to be reconstructed, what kind of major change could be done in order to improve accessibility and increase capacity for motor vehicles.
Does any of that work contemplate removing the bike lanes in their entirety?
No, that's not what we're proposing.
Okay. Questions to the mayor, please? Do you recall what day that you met with the local businesses along Bloor Street in Etobicoke?
First or second week of October.
Was it October 7th?
I don't recall the exact date, thereabouts.
I think it was October 7th. Would you agree that...
If you know why, are you asking?
I'm just confirming.
Okay.
Do you recall if you committed to those small business owners that you would remove the bike lanes and restore the vehicle lanes in that meeting?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you to hear that it was their understanding that you made that commitment in that meeting?
No.
That wouldn't surprise you?
No, I am surprised by that.
Okay.
But because it was quite clearly communicated, and Deputy Mayor Morley wasn't here. I said that show us the alternatives. Okay? And I said it was important at that time for us to understand what does it mean to add a car lane. Okay? They did suggest to me to say, why don't we remove the bike lane first and then look at alternative. I said, no, that's not acceptable.
So you're,
Maybe they didn't quite hear that no, but I wasn't committing. Had I done so, Deputy Mayor Morley would not, at that meeting, subsequently, there was a big meeting in, that she called, I think it was 16th or 17th, would have said so. Okay?
so then.
And I also, just
to
one other
clarify.
thing, Councillor, I would not contradict the local councillor's wishes publicly. It would always be a collaborative approach. If it is in your ward, councillor, I will respect what you want, and then privately have a conversation, is there something I can do to assist?
So then it would be fair to say that the local businesses in that meeting misunderstood your commitment to remove the bike lanes.
My
That's their
commitment
misunderstanding.
was that I would work with them and bring them in to look at those drawings and have a conversation together with the city staff, because they said they had no opportunity, or that there wasn't enough opportunity to work together with our staff to deal with that bike lane.
So we had a
I
motion.
said I would
do
do so and make sure there is opportunity for the dialogue between the BIA and our staff, and of course the local councillor.
We had a motion in June from Councillor Holiday to remove the Bloor Street West bike lanes. Do you recall how you voted on that?
I voted against it.
Okay. You've directed staff to take a look at some different design configurations as a result of the October 7th meeting. Did you give them a deadline, or do you have an anticipation of when they might be reporting back to you on that?
I did ask them, and they said it's a complex situation. I said, can you do so as quickly as possible? They gave me a commitment as quickly as possible, but I can't ask them to drop everything, including dealing with the bike lane or the dangerous situation on Parkside Drive, for example.
Was it like Q4 though? Are you anticipating?
Pardon?
Was it this quarter, or do you think it's this year, or is it further away?
I'm now hearing that it's in December, but I respect what the staff can or cannot do, because they did tell me that it was complex.
So when you voted against removing them in June, it's now been 6 months since that. You are our city's chief negotiator with the province. You communicate with the Premier, you communicate with the Minister of Transportation. Have you had any conversations with the Premier or anyone else at the province about their proposals to remove the bike lanes on Bloor Street West?
No, because,
You haven't?
well, let me just give me a minute to answer your question in full. Number one, I wanted to make sure that there is a lot of information in front of us, so that it's based on data and science, number one. So I wanted to see the report coming to council first. Number two, I also want us collectively to have a conversation as to what we do with Bill 212 before I move ahead and do any negotiations. So I think it's important that we act together, or as together as we can, so that we speak with one voice, or, maybe one plus a smaller voices. So those are the two, which is why I have not had any serious conversation with the Premier's team.
Councillor Bradford, is that it for your questions? Yeah?
I can keep going if you want to.
No, it's okay. All right. Councillor Fletcher, questions.
Yeah, this is just a staff question. And where is Ms. Gray? Oh, there you are. Just on our Danforth bike lanes, which we spent a long time, Councillor Bradford and myself, in having them, having them installed. There took a while to kind of get used to that. And there was a whole number of road configurations that needed to be changed. And I think Councillor Bradford had to wait for a while to put it beyond Dawes Road, so it would go the whole length. Just confirm that changes to the road, changes to the light timing in order to keep things going smoothly, right?
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor, that's correct. We did make those changes, and we were onboarding Cafe TO at the same time, you might remember. I think it was one of the first years that we did that.
Yes, it was. And so I don't know the whole list of bike lanes that are now the target, but I think that you probably have done some looking. How much would that cost then? If I saw it 48 million to remove those, that would be a fairly hefty chunk of change to take those bike lanes out in my ward and Councillor Bradford's ward, would it not be?
Yes, we haven't included the Danforth in the high-level calculations in the report, but yes, it would be another significant increment.
So we're just looking at millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Correct.
And these have generally, I'm just talking about our lanes, they were quite a special project. There were some objections at the beginning, but it does appear that parking 24/7 is a, what can I call it, a benefit that we talked about before they went in, but for merchants, 24/7 without getting towed is a pretty big deal.
Yep.
Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
And have we heard from businesses or Tavia that, yes, thank you, my customers aren't coming out and finding there's no car there?
Correct.
And I don't know if anybody from economic development is here, but that really is that question as far as having access for small business on our main streets to park. And I know they're bike lanes, but people still park. You would agree with me.
Yes, I would.
There's still a lot of cars in the city of Toronto, and that made for a new configuration everywhere where you can park. I just want to know, did we hear anything from the hospitals where they said when that bike lane went in University, I would have expected that the hospitals would be terribly concerned about it and say, this can't be here. You can't put this on University Avenue. Too many hospitals, too many emergency vehicles. Can you tell us about that?
Through the Speaker, the hospitals were quite supportive and wrote letters of support to the committee.
Sorry, I missed that. The hospitals wrote letters of support.
Yes, we worked with their facility staff on the design of the driveways that cross the bike lane to get the markings right, because we obviously need good access for those emergency vehicles. But the hospitals wrote letters of support because of the workers wanting to be able to get to those workplaces safely. Many nurses and doctors do ride bikes.
And so many do ride bikes to get to work. Have you had to reconfigure? Have you had a lot of issues about that bike lane and University from the hospitals subsequent to its introduction?
No, I would say there would be minor reconfigurations, but not to the same extent as on a Danforth corridor or on Bloor, where you need to address business.
I meant from the hospitals.
No.
Did they say, oh my God, you put that there and now it's just terrible. We can't get in and out. It's making things unsafe.
No.
You have not heard that. So I don't know if, I just will ask the city manager, since the hospitals have actually been in favor of that, has the city been able in any way, in an intergovernmental way, to bring in the hospitals for University Avenue, that this was something that they actually said they wanted on University?
Well, through the Speaker, if you're asking about have we coordinated and communicated that to the province of Ontario, no, not to date.
Not to date.
Correct.
But is that something, we didn't really talk about that yet, that I didn't realize that, I knew they'd gone in, I didn't realize that hospitals had actually said yes, that we'd like to have that. Do you think that's an important piece of information for the provincial government? How would they get that normally?
So through the Speaker, one of the things that's part of the recommendations is that we will formally respond in this period of statutory requirement to do so. And I also think once we see the legislation and the regulations and exactly what's occurring, that's another opportunity for us to say what's the impact to this. And it would be an opportunity for those that are partners with us in this work to join in that collective effort. So there'll be two opportunities, a formal process, which we're asking for approval to go for, and the second one would be after the legislation to perhaps jointly communicate with some of our partners.
And I'm wondering if we have those letters from the hospital on file.
Last question.
Thank you. Last question.
Through the Speaker, they're on record. I believe they were submitted as part of the active TO council.
You could bring those back and we can see them all. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We're talking a lot about the province ordering the city to remove bike lanes, but the city on its own has removed bike lanes. I have two examples. I think Jarvis Street and Brimley Road. Are there others?
Through the Speaker, those are the Birchmount is the other one.
Richard, so we do remove bike lanes. It's not a novel thing. It's rare, but we do it.
I'd say it's rare because I think we do a lot of analysis before we put them in, that we try to make sure that they're successful where they are. And I know Jarvis certainly predated me, was a paint-only kind of an installation that was removed, and I believe that Sherburne came in its place. On Brimley Road, I was part of Active TO. When we tracked the data on Brimley after the installation, we found that there was some delay and there was a capital project that was coming forward, and they will be reinstituted in the boulevard in the capital project.
Right. My point being, we do, here in the city of Toronto, make the decision to remove bike lanes. It's not always done, it's not done at Queen's Park over the
There's been one or two where we've made that decision based on data.
Right. So there is a news report that the province is footing the bill to remove certain bike lanes. Is that correct?
The report that we have seen so far, there's what's in the legislation, which is still in development and fairly broad, and then there's the conversation that's being had. So I've heard about that second part as part of the conversation.
So it's not necessarily a cost incurred by the city, but we'll have to see. Now, you might know my area. We've been pretty successful at building bike lanes off-road, elevated, on the public right-of-way, in side streets. It can be done. We can still meet our cycling objectives by keeping cycling without taking up a live lane of traffic.
Through the Speaker, particularly for the segments of bike lanes that the province has identified for potential removal, Bloor Street, it cannot be done there. And for University and Yonge Street, I would say similar would be true. Even parallel routes would not be able to be on the boulevard.
Well, when it comes to Yonge Street, there's certainly on a grid pattern, there's many north-south streets that could be alternative routes.
So you might remember, Councillor, that a couple years ago we brought a report that looked at the three parallel corridors. There was Mount Pleasant, there was Yonge, and there was Avenue Road. Those were the three. And any addition of bike lane was going to require the removal or reconfiguration of the road and likely require removal of a lane. We selected Yonge Street because it had the most potential for benefit and connectivity and had some of the highest numbers for crashes up to that point.
So can we conclude in this discussion that bike lanes could be built off-road without taking out live lanes?
I would say that
the city of Toronto has a history of removing bike lanes, and that the cost to foot the bill to remove targeted bike lanes is likely to be fronted by the province.
I would not agree with the first one because I think it's very site-specific where we have connected parallel corridors that actually create a similar experience and connectivity. Certainly the third one about the funding we said is being discussed. And the second one about our history of removal I think is quite limited and based on data. Or has been directed by the province in the case of Jarvis. Sorry, that wasn't. It was directed by the council.
Council
in the case
directed
of, yes,
the removal.
thank you.
Yes, that's true. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. So we'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. Picture this. I'm a cyclist, as you know. And
do you have a motion?
Oh, yes,
yes,
I do.
You could present your motion.
Can you put it on the agenda right there? Is it on the screen yet? Here we are. I will go through this motion one by there's 8 parts to it, and I will speak to it, each of them, okay? So I'll explain the motions in a minute, but let me just do an introduction. Because my dad lived in St. Jamestown, and I'm down in Chinatown, I would ride up to Bloor, and on Bloor, I would cycle over to see my dad. I visit him that way. And one day I was cycling on Bloor, someone opened the door and I went flying. They did not check the blind spot or even signaled or anything. They just basically opened the door. I flew over my bike, landed. I still have a bit of a scar on my leg. And it was purely not my fault. He didn't check his blind spot. So, and actually, after that, he cursed at me for riding my bike. But anyway, so I became very careful to look at who's beside me. Are they going to open the door? However, a few months later, this time not the driver, this time is the passenger of another car, again, opened the door, and I didn't slam on it that much because I was now very cautious. And still I fell and cut my fingers. The scar's mostly gone now. That's quite many years ago. This is before the installment of bike lane. You will see in this report that it said that there's a 56% reduction in accidents, which is true. Once the Bloor bike lane went in, it became a lot safer for cyclists. It's a lot easier for the driver also because they know where the cyclists are. They're not weaving in and out of cars, right? So everybody knows what to expect with each other. What I want to do is actually go down the motion in front of you to explain each parts of it. And I believe the motion should already be on your website. Oh, okay. The first part of the motion talks about expressing our opposition to Bill 212. No matter where you stand, whether you support bike lanes or don't support bike lanes, I think it's important that this council and the people of Toronto have the respect they deserve. And that once we have made a decision, in fact, not once, twice, 3 or 4 times, through this council, through the staff, through all the consultation that the local councillor have done, different councillors have gone through, depends on where the bike lanes are. Many councillors have gone through hours and hours of public consultation, discussion with their BIAs, discussion with staff. Once a decision is made, we deserve the respect because we are a level of government each councillor is duly elected by your constituents, okay? So if you look at recommendation 1, it's really about respect to local democracy and respect to local council right here and Torontonians. Recommendation 2 said, let us work collaboratively. Let's look at the data. Let us address congestion and road safety. And let us do that together, okay? The last time we collaborated, hey, the Garner is now 1 year faster in terms of our reconstruction. We're 4 months ahead of schedule because we work collaboratively with the provincial government. So we've done it before, we can do it again. Recommendation 3, some of you are saying, is there any grounds for litigation? We don't know because the regulations are not totally out yet and the bill hasn't passed. So if there are regulations or the bill that may or may not pass, if it passes, the solicitor will bring back to City Council what legal means we have. We don't know yet. Depends on what the regulations say, okay? So that's about the legal choice we may have in front of us. Recommendation 4 and 5 gets to the meat of the conversation. It said that safety has as I said, 56% reduction in accidents. And in terms of congestion, in one part of the bike lanes,
Okay,
Mayor, may I have an extension of time because it's an extensive.
No, I'll move a motion to extend.
Okay,
I have gone
Councillor
through.
Pasternak's moving a motion to extend. All in favor? Carry.
Thank you, thank you. It's right there. So the recommendation 4 and 5 talk about the city representing us to give the evidence to Bill 212 and also submitting our comments. comments that would tell the province that there's a reduction in accidents, that the ridership in some of the lanes went up by 600%, folks, 600%. That's how many people, when you build it, they actually will come. Now, some of the bike lanes that in question, the ones that are causing most pain, just went in, okay? So sometimes at the beginning, when things are just starting, sometimes it's a problem, okay? But it actually, it said that your report said that it's taking cars off road because if that many people are now cycling, they're not driving, right? It also said that if we are going to rip those lanes out, it would be closing the road for 9 months, which means that we're going to cause congestion. Let's say on University, it's going to be 1 lane only rather than 2 right now each way. On Bloor, we just put in a new area. If we rip it out, again, it will be 1 lane, and it will take at least 9 months to take it out and repave, etc. And it will cost, my God, $48 million, okay? And the sunk cost, we already spent $27 million.
Mayor.
I'm almost done. I'm at recommendation 6. I have 2 more to go. We should not pay for any of it, all right? Recommendations say that if the province choose to do so, they should pay all of it.
Okay,
right?
we do have a question for you, Mayor.
I'm not done yet. Okay, recommendation 7 is about respect. Number 8 is transparency. Okay, I'm done. And by the way, I just want to leave you with this. 48 million is enough to feed every kid in school.
It's 8 minutes.
Done?
Okay.
There's a little typo, don't worry.
I know.
Excuse me, you might have missed Councillor Pasternak's motion to extend.
It's a 2-minute extension.
She gets 2 plus 2. She actually gets 9.
Councillor.
Okay, move on.
Councillor Bradford, question.
Yeah, and I would just say on a point of order, we have to clarify that because my understanding, according to clerks, is it's 2 minutes. It's not often used, but it's 2 minutes. So maybe I'll check with Mr. Elvidge. Can you clarify that for the council chamber, just so I stop getting chirped by folks here?
A question?
I do, actually.
Yeah.
So some of us are just seeing this big motion for the first time here. And I wanted to tee up on number 2. City Council requests the province work collaboratively with cities to address congestion. That would obviously include Toronto. In my questions to you earlier, you indicated that you haven't actually had any conversations with them yet, despite this being in front of us and in the news and in the media for a number of weeks. What would your proposal be to work collaboratively with the province to remove the bike lanes on Bloor Street West?
Well, number 1, we would submit all the information in this report so they understand the implications, right? Now, there's a lot of very important information in here. It also has some data that we cannot make public. Recommendation 8 said we're asking them to give us the opportunity.
But as our
to
chief
make it
negotiator
public.
and working collaboratively, would you engage with them?
I am about to try to answer that question. So, number 1, ask them to look, we'll send data, we'll send information that they should have. Number 2, that report that actually show how many cyclists are actually riding in the city, because everybody have different numbers. They have different numbers, we have different numbers. Let's get the numbers out in public, right? So that's number 2. Number 3, we will look at the drawings of our staff. You talked about Bloor Street West. We will take what we have in December to say, here's a plan. Would it work? Would it not work? And we'll look at that. There may be other ones if they are interested in looking at University. For example, University northbound, the installation hasn't quite finished yet. Is there a way to redesign it that would make it easier, that would have less congestion? We could have that discussion also.
When I read item 2, and again, I apologize because we weren't circulated on this as colleagues, but Bill 212, the last sentence, if you look at the last sentence in your motion, it says the Highway Traffic Act contained in Bill 212 and instead.
No, actually, it should finish Bill 212 if we stop.
Right, so
It's a typo,
clarification
sorry.
of the motion, and instead, I don't know if we want to fix that or.
It's been fixed. It's typo.
Oh, great, okay. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay, that's it, Councillor Bradford?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you do have 5 minutes. Councillor Holiday, questions? Just one moment. Let me turn your mic on. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, to the Mayor. There's a number of elements in here, and I'd even argue number 8, they're all tailored towards fighting the legislation. And that's your intent, is to fight this, to have it struck down, removed, ended. That's what you're really getting at with this motion. Do I understand that right?
You asked me about recommendation number 8?
No, all of them.
Oh, okay.
All of them. They're all tailored towards fighting back at the province against this legislation.
I think collectively, after spending $27 million and council putting in a huge number, well, I think it went through, we're talking about at least 5 or 6 years of conversation, where collectively, duly elected councillors and mayors came to a conclusion. I think we deserve the respect as elected representative to represent the city, the citizens of Toronto, because bike lanes planning really belong to the purview of the municipal government, not the provincial government. If you want to talk about congestion, go ahead and please open up the Eglinton LRT crosstown, maybe the Finch LRT. Once that's open, I'll guarantee you it has a lot to do with congestions. You will see a lot of people using those lines, and the congestions in those areas will ease.
So what's more important to you in this motion, the appearance of fighting the province or actually winning?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, what's more important? What's the bigger value, is to mount a fight and have the appearance of mounting a fight, or actually winning the fight?
I think what is important most is A, respect for people of Toronto, respect of this council decision. Number 2 is there's a lot of facts in this report. We need to communicate this fact so that the province of Ontario and all its members are very clear how much it will cost, what kind of chaos will happen when those bike lanes are being ripped out. I think it's important that we have these discussions based on facts and not information that may be incorrect.
Let's say the element in here about taking the province to court is successful. We go to court, we spend a bunch of money, the legislation is struck down, and the lanes in Bloor Street remain. Is that really a good outcome? Is that going to make the community happier? And what will we do then, considering how fractured things are? How will we ever repair the situation?
In recommendation 3, it did not say that tomorrow we're going to go to court. It does say that it will report back. The solicitor will come back to this council. At that point, that conversation that you were just the question you just asked would be relevant. At this point, it isn't. It said the potential to challenge. We may or may not do so. We don't know yet. we are asking the solicitor, when things become clear, if and when there's a regulation, let us look at the alternative. You expect me as your mayor to explore all different alternatives so that when it comes to council, we will be informed by our expert, our solicitor, so we know clearly, precisely what's the alternative in front of us. At that point, we will make a decision.
So I've seen those report backs before. I'm sure you have many times in your life dealing with these types of things, and the bar is often quite low, and that's actually a scary answer, is likely we could go to court and spend a whole pile of money. And then what are we going to do when that report comes? Just given the resolve you've given me in the answers and the determination to have this legislation struck down, that report is likely to lead us to a place. I mean, how far does it go? How much money do we spend fighting the province?
Councillor Holiday, I wasn't here on council when this council with the previous mayor, Mayor John Tory, said that they would go to court because council, the number of councillors were in the middle of an election were cut by half. And I don't know who voted for what. I don't know what was your voting record on that.
I didn't vote for that.
Oh, you didn't vote for that. I'm not surprised. But majority of councillors did. And I think councillors felt that they were being disrespected, that in the middle of election, that the council number of councillors all of a sudden got cut by half.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yes, of the mayor, thank you. I agree with pretty much everything you have here, other than number 3. I think that's probably a waste of the solicitor's time, given what you've referenced, but be that as it may, have you had the opportunity to talk to the Premier about all these various issues that are in this motion?
No, I have not had an opportunity to talk to him. I was focusing on the matter that we passed yesterday. I said to the Premier and to the Housing Minister that we have a very, very exciting plan to stimulate the economy, to build more rental housing, and we know it will work because we've been working with a lot of builders for the last 6 months because we saw the market being very difficult.
Sorry to interrupt you.
So that you know that my priority is building more housing. So that's my conversation with the Premier.
Okay, no, I'm not even arguing with that. I'm just trying to understand what's going on. That's all I want to know. Okay, so you have not had the opportunity. How do you see, in terms of the relationship between the city and the province, would you, do you not see those private conversations you have with the Premier as probably more worthwhile than maybe a motion from council? I'm just trying to understand the focus of your efforts to roll this back. Whether one agrees with bike lanes or doesn't, I think the larger issue is the provincial bigfooting of the city, if we can use that term. So I'm just trying to understand. This isn't a trick question, nothing like that. I'm just trying to understand where you see the most value in your time or in terms of your approach. Is it this motion or is it talking to the Premier directly?
Councillor, I understand where you come from, but this council is not just me. This council is all the councillors here. So it's not just my conversation with the Premier or the Transportation Minister. That conversation is also collectively, because there are other councillors, as you see, Councillor Sachs and other councillors are interested in this issue. And just having a private conversation, I doubted it would satisfy all other members of council, because other members of council will want to express their opinion on this bill, Bill 212, right? And do remember, this bill got introduced with great speed, and it was just done bang, really quickly, and they are trying to get it through in the next few weeks, so before the legislation rise, So you're looking at a very compressed, just a few weeks' time, and which is why it's
Okay,
in
so
front
let
of
me
you.
re-articulate the question. Will you be speaking to the Premier about your concerns, or are you?
Yes, I will.
Okay, that's first. Okay.
After this council meeting.
Okay,
After council gave me directions.
Cool. So if this motion were to fail and council doesn't give you that direction, would you then not speak to the Premier about your concerns?
I will personally tell them what my personal opinion is, but I would tell them that City Council do not want to oppose Bill 212.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I will be straight up. I don't say one thing privately, another thing publicly. That doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on something that I heard Ms. Gray say, and that was the letters from the hospitals in support of those bike lanes. And I'm wondering how powerful you think that is, because I'm not sure anybody really realizes that that was part of the introduction of them, was support from sick kids, from Mount Sinai, from Toronto General, and it's 3 or 4 hospitals right there.
I know, I've seen those letters. I actually looked it up. I saw the senior administration and some of the workers that use that university bike lane to travel to work. And they're saying that it gives them a lot more flexibility. It's faster for them to move around downtown and be able to serve more patients. I saw letters like that, and I thought, wow. The University Avenue is a grand road, and it has all, well, not all, but if you're looking at Mount Sinai, all the hospitals, major hospital corridors right at University Avenue. And you're right, a lot of the medical folks are saying, please protect this bike lane.
For safety, for health and safety reasons.
For health
people
and
to move
safety,
on
safety always comes first, and already a lot of cyclists have died this year.
Yes, so just on that, I think that the importance of that medical community and saying, we don't have a problem here, like, what problem are you trying to solve? Because we've not heard from anybody there that they'd like to see them gone, that I know about.
I know, which is why having this report is very important, because it has a lot of good data and a lot of good factual information. It also reflects the hard work both the staff and city councilors have done through the years in getting these bike lanes approved. Because University Avenue, that was a long conversation. This is before I became a mayor. And there was a lot of conversation at this council chamber, which is why respect for those discussions and all the sunk cost and the safety it now provides for all the cyclists. I was on University Avenue on a bike going traveling north from Union Station just 2 weeks ago, and this is in the evening, and the weather is starting to get cold. There were a large number of cyclists, even as it was getting darker. So people are using it, and that bike lane got in not that long ago. And what I've observed is that there's increasing ridership as time goes on, as people become more and more familiar with that bike lane.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't know whether anybody in this chamber is open to having their mind changed on this. I think people are pretty clear.
Councillor Sachs, if you have a motion, please introduce it.
I'm sorry. Yes, I have a motion at the request of staff that the confidential information remain confidential. As we heard from Ms. Gray, the information that we would really like to show the public, the province is preventing us from showing the public, so we have to keep it confidential. We've mentioned a few times the issue of safety. I just would like to remind members of council, 6 people have died this year who are on bicycles and killed by drivers of vehicles, and 3 of them occurred in my ward. And none of the 3 of them would have died if they had been able to ride in a safe bike lane. One of them was a gig worker, newly arrived in Toronto, racialized, highly vulnerable, doing his absolute best to make a living in a very difficult and expensive city, and he was crushed by a construction truck. One was riding for exercise and health, and one was a beautiful and much-loved young woman who was crushed by a construction truck because a selfish contractor had blocked the bike lane with their bin. Now, we know that those people each had valuable lives, and they would not have died if we gave them a safe place to get around on their bikes. We know that bike use is growing all year round. We know that last winter, bike share use was up 100% in January. And these things feed upon themselves. We've been building spaces for cars for 100 years and pushing everybody else out of the way. We really just started in the last few years giving places for people like me and for the 3 constituents who were killed to get around on 2 wheels, which is better for everything the city says we care about. It's better for the cost of living, and we know how important affordability is. Half the people in the city saying they're struggling more than they were even at the beginning of the year to make ends meet. It's essential for life and health and safety. It's essential for air quality. It's essential for the speed of getting around. The Board of Trade has talked about how important it is for have mobility downtown. Downtown, it's faster to get around on a bike. I ride my bike all year round, and one of the big reasons I ride my bike is it's faster. And because of the bike lanes, it's safer and it's cheaper. We know it's important for climate. We're in a climate emergency. This council has ruled that, and you can only look around the world for the fires and the floods and the storms. It reduces congestion. Every single gig worker or person like me who's on a bike instead of in a van or a truck is reducing congestion. It helps the hospitals keep their staff. It helps small businesses, which is why the Bloor Annex BIA has gone public over and over again to say they need the bike lane on their street. We know it helps keep bikes off the sidewalks, which helps improve safety for pedestrians. We are not going to be able to ask the gig workers who are serving these restaurants to ride on the road if there's nowhere safe for them to ride on the road. Putting bike lanes on side streets is extremely disruptive, and you can just ask the people on Euclid who are screaming and yelling because Palmerston got a bike lane. Similarly, the people next to Shaw. It attracts innovative businesses. It improves the value of nearby properties because it's a better quality of life. And fundamentally, the province has no business sticking its big foot and its lies about evidence into how we allocate public space. That is the central job that we do here at Council. It is our right to do it. We are the closest to the community, and the province has no business telling us not to. So I'm asking your support for my motion and for the mayor's motion. Yes, there are adjustments we need to make and can make, but tearing out the bike lanes so that Mr. Ford can sit in the cushy back seat of his giant limousine paid for by all of us and not have a nurse ride by him with her kid on her bicycle, that's unacceptable. We need to stand up for the people of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the mover? If not, we'll move on to Deputy Mayor Morley. Just give me 1 second, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
There you go.
Thank you so much. I will keep my comments brief because I think my colleague, Councillor Sachs, really did perfectly articulate so much of the crux of this issue here today. And again, as always, I would like to recognize the really incredible work of our incredible public service, specifically those leading our transportation services team, Barbara, Jacqueline, and those that are working with them. This is a very interesting time and a very interesting conversation and debate that we are seized with. And I think it, for me, feels like a really important opportunity for us to demonstrate the kind of leadership that Torontonians deserve. Etobicoke has roots as a sleepy, stable community. Pre-amalgamation, not a lot of growth and density was being targeted in our community. That is no longer the case in Etobicoke. Downtown Etobicoke is well underway, and we've got numerous growth hubs for intensification. Buildings are being approved. We've got towers of up to 50 stories in this corridor along Bloor. We have thousands of units in the pipeline already approved and more to come. Previous direction from the provincial government has been around turning our minds to sustainable thinking, approving these growth centers with mobility options available. We're looking to turn people to the TTC and to active higher order transit. We're looking to incentivize and support future generations who are having trouble with affordability, with staying in their community, with buying homes, to be able to live in an active and sustainable way in our city. And we are doing the necessary and important work to future-proof our community as it is on the fast track for growth. These are all very important priorities as the province continues to be open for business. People who are working as part of these businesses need to be able to get to and from without taking their lives in their hands. Drivers should be able to rely on knowing who's in what lane and people staying in those lanes. And I think it's important that we continue to turn our mind not only to building, championing, and facilitating a world-class city with world-class infrastructure, but that we also continue to turn our minds to the idea that we are not just planning for and leading and representing today and this moment and our constituents in this moment. We have to think about future generations, what we are doing for them. We need to keep them in mind, and we need to set them up for success, which previous generations have not always done for us. So I think, again, in that spirit, I do look forward, and I hope the province is sincere in actually looking at the data that is available to them from their own consultants and researchers, along with city staff, and the trends that the mayor talked about and that Councillor Sachs talked about. If you build it, people will come. It's important that we don't make this a life or death choice, that we don't continue to support chaos while we navigate congestion, but rather looking to ensure that there's a better way forward, and that's a responsibility that we all share. I know this continues to be an unpopular issue in many corridors and in many communities, but I think if we take a moment to step back, not to center ourselves and our necessary experiences in this moment, but to look at the big picture and the wider context here. We all have a role to play, and I think we can all be part of the solution. I look forward to this ongoing discussion, and I hope the province will work with us collaboratively as we all have a shared responsibility to support Torontonians and Ontarians in a brighter future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next speaker is Councillor Matlow. Please give me 1 second. There we go. You are ready to roll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Bill 212 isn't about bike lanes. It's not about bike lanes, just like the Greenbelt wasn't about housing. Everything the Doug Ford government is doing is about their own political interests. It's about dividing people. It's about shoring up bases. It's about getting donors. That's what this is all about. And we are here debating how to simply represent the constituents, the residents of Toronto, and represent them with accountable local government. What an absurd situation that the City of Toronto is in. But this isn't the first time this has happened. Do you remember in 2018, when our local democracy, our local election was ripped apart in the middle of an election that created, yes, some of you may never forget, I certainly won't, chaos amongst voters, confusion amongst candidates, people who are running in one ward, that ward number ceased to exist in the middle of an election. It was absurd. There have been successive land use planning legislations that have been passed that affect our city without a single consultation with the mayor or council. We read about it in the newspaper the day after it's been announced. That's not how to run a city or a province. So while Doug Ford is focusing on micromanaging Toronto, he's neglecting a healthcare system that needs improvement, schools that need fixing, vulnerable people across this province who don't have a premier who's for the people. But damn, we can go to a 7-Eleven and buy a cooler now. Isn't that awesome? So what do we need to be successful? There are cities around the world, including in the United States, that have city charters, that have the legal ability to be empowered to make responsible local decisions about land use planning, about their own governance, about road safety, about revenue. It's about providing effective local government, the kind of government that I think most residents assume that we can provide and are surprised when they find out that Doug Ford can do whatever the hell he wants with us. In fact, Doug Ford tomorrow could change the name of Toronto to Ford Nation. But don't tell him about that idea because he might just do it. He could turn Toronto into a borough of Mississauga if he chose to. That's how much power he has. We need a legal form of home rule that allows us not to go through this vicious cycle every 4 to 6 months to every year. Because before it was democracy, then it was land use planning, about housing that was never built by Doug Ford, mind you, but his friends were getting rich. Now it's about road safety and bike lanes. It's going to be something else in 2 or 3 months, I promise you. And as we get closer to a provincial election, it's going to get even worse. But if we finally have what is called a single province amendment of the Constitution, not Meech Lake, not a big debate across the country, but if we can elect a provincial government and a federal government that actually cares about cities, that is willing to empower cities like Toronto, and yes, perhaps cities like Vancouver, Edmonton, Montreal, and more, to be able to provide the government that residents deserve, and then to be accountable for those decisions. In other words, if we elect our mayor and council, if we like what they do, we can re-elect them. And if we don't, we can choose other people. But residents deserve to have that choice, to have a government that actually represents them locally. And until we have that, we're going to be caught in this vicious cycle over and over and over again. So what I ask all of you, and I ask Torontonians to get behind, no matter your position on any of these things that we're discussing, every 4 years you go to the polls and you elect your mayor and you elect your council. You should have the ability to hold us to account for the decisions we make, but also know that we are truly accountable and be able to make those decisions in the first place. The reality of this council right now is that the vast majority of our motions have to say we're asking the province for the ability or the allowance to do something. That's ridiculous. Who's responsible for housing? It's that level of government. Who's responsible for transit? It's that level of government. Who's responsible for road safety? It's that level of government.
Councillor Matlow, your time's up.
And our time is up until we have local government. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we have still a lot of items on the agenda. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I would just like to echo my colleague, Councillor Matlow, and just reiterate that this is Exhibit A as to why Toronto needs a charter city. Whatever you think of the decision of bike lanes, I think we can all agree we don't need Queen's Park telling us how to run our city. They have enough to do at the provincial level that they're not doing particularly well. Maybe they should stay in their lane, pun intended. you know, this is an unfortunate pattern that we've seen repeatedly on very fundamental issues about our city. So now it's bike lanes, but before it was elections. And before that, it was even amalgamation as to whether or not we wanted to be this city. So I think it's really imperative that we sort of, instead of addressing the immediate issue, which, you know, is so important, as Councillor Sachs rightly pointed out, 6 people have already died, 6 cyclists have died. All those people had families, they had aspirations, they had loved ones, they had people who cared about them, and they're dead because of our unsafe roads. If this is the way that we allow the provincial government to sort of just interfere and, you know, completely disregard the safety of our residents, I think it just sets such a terrible, terrible precedent, because this really means that what we're doing doesn't have the effect of protecting our residents, and that's what we're all here for, to create safe neighborhoods, safe communities. Whether or not that happens to align with the political ideology of the government at Queen's Park of the day is irrelevant. We are elected, democratically elected representatives that do our best to represent the communities that we serve, and decisions like this undermine that work. I think really we need to have a fundamental conversation about what the relationship between the city and the province is. I don't think this relationship where Toronto does all of this good work and the province just says, nah, we're not interested, we're going to do this, is sustainable in the long term. You can't run a city as large, as diverse, as frankly important as Toronto when we're basically just taking orders from whoever happens to be in the Premier's office. So I am very much in support of both of these motions, and I'm just grateful that I serve on a council with people who understand the importance that Toronto is a city with its hopes, its aspirations, and we also need a government that has the power to fulfill those hopes and aspirations. Thank you very much.
So we have a huge agenda. We're going to have to come back tomorrow. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I want to first of all thank staff for this report. And as was mentioned here, and as we've heard again and again, and as soon as this bill was put forward, I know that the frustration has been shared. And reading this report, that frustration was deepened, because now looking at the evidence that is laid out in front of us, we know that the bad idea that is being proposed and put forward in this bill is even worse. And when we look at the precious time that we have here in these council chambers to make decisions about the lives and livelihoods of Torontonians, debating infrastructure that is already in place in our city, that has been working to keep people safe and give us incredible and important options to get around the city, to have to retread that debate is not a good use of our time and our energy and our precious resources. To waste those resources and expertise to add more construction in the city and to rip out roads and rebuild them is something that we know with depth is the wrong direction for our city and for our province. We just spent time and energy, consultation and commitment with our communities to set out an ambitious plan, a strategy on how to address congestion in this city. We have been working hard to make decisions around our city infrastructure that addresses our greatest concerns about how people get around, where they live, and how this city serves them. And to be asking us to come back and do that again is unacceptable. And it is what my colleagues have identified over and over again. This is provincial overreach, and it is a pattern. It is a pattern of behavior for this provincial government to ignore municipalities and local leadership, to disregard clear, reliable evidence, and to ignore the voices of residents and the engagement, the very important engagement that happens through public consultation in our communities, where we grapple with differing viewpoints and differing interests and priorities and come to an outcome that we get to move forward here that is in the best interests of the most of us. And our city staff have made evidence-based recommendations based on our shared priorities. We've done the robust public consultations, received the expert analysis, and we've thoughtfully looked at our shared priorities and goals to build a city for everyone. Environmental sustainability, doing all that we can to fight the climate crisis, road safety and Vision Zero guidelines, because we know one fatality on our streets is one too many. To build complete streets that benefit small businesses and our communities, to unlock more housing and welcome more residents to our city, and to make sure that Torontonians and visitors like the ones that we are celebrating today are able to get around our city quickly and safely, and that we invite the kind of activity and types of events that are worthy of the city that we have. And city staff have worked with us to carefully consider these needs in our transportation and our infrastructure. And that cannot be put at risk based on what we can only see as feelings at the provincial level of government. And if this provincial level of government would like to support our cities, we have a very clear priority list for them. They could approve our request for things like inclusionary zoning that have been sitting on the minister's table for years at this point. They could approve the capability for us to continue to access the Canada-Ontario housing benefit that allows us to move 300 people out of the shelter system every month. They could deliver transit priorities that we desperately need on time or finally. And local governments across the province have to be able to make decisions based on evidence and our residents' voices to fulfill our obligations that we were sent here to do, to fulfill our responsibilities as a voice and the representation of our communities. We have to take that seriously. And as the mayor has put forward in her motions, I do invite the provincial government to be a partner in this work instead of continually interfering with our democratic processes at the detriment of the residents and the citizens of Ontario that we share. Thank you very much.
Okay, again, I'm going to have to remind members of council, we will be back tomorrow. Councillor Bradford to speak. Okay. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, can you restart my time there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. Madam Speaker, I have a pretty simple motion here, and that is that City Council express to the province its support for restoring 2 motor vehicle lanes of travel in each direction on Bloor Street West beyond Runnymede Road and Resurrection Road, even if it requires removing or reconfiguring cycling infrastructure. I think that's pretty straightforward, and I think this will demonstrate to the residents of Etobicoke and the businesses along that section of Bloor Street West that City Council is in fact listening to them. We don't always get everything in this chamber right. Sometimes council in its wisdom makes mistakes, and that's not different than any other sector of work. That's not different than any other industry. But I think what's important when a mistake is made is having the humility to acknowledge that, recognize that things are not working as intended, and make a commitment to fix it. Unfortunately, we see this administration and this chamber double down on a bad take time and time again. And when it comes to bike lanes, that actually undermines our ability to deliver effective, safe, convenient bike lanes on a go-forward basis. And why is that? It's because we've undermined the trust and confidence of the people here in Toronto. In a city of 3 million people, major metropolitan area, there needs to be active transportation infrastructure. There needs to be bike lanes. There needs to be transit. And yes, there needs to be capacity to move motor vehicles. I think when we pursue ideology around these decisions rather than safe and sensible solutions, we err in the wrong direction and we lose the confidence and trust of the public. And Bloor Street West is Exhibit A for that. I have never seen such a vocal and consistent and passionate backlash against a decision of City Council as I have with that. And I recognize, you know, there were many of us, including myself, that voted for that. And that's okay. But what we have seen since then would suggest to me that that was the wrong decision, and we have had multiple opportunities to correct that, including a motion that my colleague Stephen Holyday moved in June, of which the mayor and the majority of council voted against to remove them. So fast forward 6 months, there's been a lot of conversation and dialogue. There was a meeting with the mayor on October 7th with businesses on Bloor Street West and Etobicoke, and it sounds like there was a misunderstanding about commitments that were made or not made about removing the bike lanes. And here we are today, where the provincial government is advancing legislation to remove those very bike lanes. Now, I don't need the Premier of Ontario to tell me that the Bloor Street West bike lanes are not working. I can go out there and ride them myself, and I have. And it's a pretty wonky bike lane. And so I think it behooves all of us to just acknowledge when something's not working, roll that back, and chart a different path forward. And if you really do care about the success of active transportation infrastructure in this city, if you really do care about building safe and sensible bike lanes, then we have to recognize when we haven't gotten it right and make a commitment to the people of the city that we can do better on a go-forward basis. And I will tell you that vote today on Parkside is another step advancing us in the wrong direction, because it is going to be very difficult when we remove additional lanes of traffic on a key north-south arterial going down to Lakeshore and the Gardner in an area that's already very congested. When we remove that and you put in bike lanes there, immediately beside existing cycling infrastructure in High Park, which a lot of us who have ridden it, and I know that's not everybody in this chamber, would tell you is a much more comfortable, safer, convenient place to go, residents are going to have a lot of concerns and they're going to be frustrated. And so this is provincial overreach. These decisions should rest with local municipalities, but this administration has demonstrated time and time again that despite having the tools to fix these things, there is a lack of leadership and a commitment to do that. And so I hope we can change course today, make a commitment to those folks in Etobicoke to do the right thing. And if that's your alignment and your belief on it as well, you can support my motion. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Morley. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to my colleague, I just had a question with respect to the suggestion in your motion that the lanes need to be removed in order to restore the traffic. In your experience, is the removal of bike lanes the only way to improve corridors that have had complete streets infrastructure go in?
Not necessarily, which is why the motion says even if it requires removing or reconfiguring cycling infrastructure. But I would say, to be clear, I think on Bloor Street West, you do have to remove them because the width of the right-of-way and the sort of grass and concrete median down the center would make it very challenging to restore 2 lanes of motor vehicle traffic in both directions like they had it before. Even if you take the standard 3.4 meter width of a lane and you narrow that down to 3 meters, I still think it would be challenging to fit all of that in the corridor, so it's probably best to just remove it.
In your estimation, do you think there's a future, if this were to go forward, that we could reinstate complete streets, including safe cycling infrastructure along Bloor, based on the configuration you just highlighted and the limitations in the spacing?
Without having the AutoCAD drawings in front of me, I think it would be difficult to do that on that section of Bloor.
Have you looked at or discussed with staff what alternative options might be available if we were to reinstate traffic and we were not able to maintain complete streets here to support our cycling network plan in this corridor or in this area?
I have not discussed that with staff.
Okay. Okay, I'll speak on it. Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, questions?
Speaker, Councillor Bradford is one of them, east of the Humber people. And I'm refreshed that somebody from east of the Humber knows and cares about Etobicoke. What has led you to believe or understand what the problem is, and how bad is it out in the west end of the city, that it would necessitate you to move a motion like this, to put lanes back in?
It's been a number of things. I mean, it started, I guess, shortly after they went in. I went out to the Starbucks just west of Royal York there on the south side of Bloor, and had a coffee with the local resident who had reached out, and I actually rode a bike share all the way from City Hall out there. And so that was my first opportunity to see the bike lane after it shortly after it had been installed. And what I saw was obviously a lot of congestion. I saw people sitting through light cycles, not moving forward, 3-4 cycles at the traffic lights. And I actually saw vehicles driving into the bike lane, not dissimilar from what you see on a section of Dundas and Regent Park, because the bike lane is so wide that vehicles actually think that's another car lane and they drive into the bike lane. So that was my first experience with it, that raised some alarms for me. And then subsequent conversations with local businesses, things I've read in the news, conversations with residents of Etobicoke, many friends I have out there, they say it's very challenging to get around, and it's led to delays and obstruction of emergency vehicles and other things that would suggest it's a problem.
So those are the objective, but I mean, just how bad has the political situation become in terms of how offside people feel council is on this? I mean, it strikes me, you're an East End councillor, East of Yonge anyways, but if you're hearing about it across the city, is it, in your estimation, a very, very bad situation? And I'm just talking about the purest political sense about people's confidence in government and confidence in council and their decision-making and their resolve not to change anything or remove these lanes. They've dug the heels in over and over again. Are they frustrated?
Yeah, it's unprecedented frustration, and I think the fact that you've got a provincial government stepping in and swinging, saying they're going to come and remove them, and I would agree that that is overreaching, but it has reached such a point that this is an issue at Queen's Park that they feel compelled to respond to, and I haven't seen anything like that before. So for all the outrage about them intervening, there should also be some reflection on why is that the case? Why do they feel that they need to do that?
Is this what they want? They just want the lanes back. They just want it back to the way it was. No tinkering, no curbs, no fooling around with paint. Just put it back to the way it was. It worked. It wasn't broken before. Is that all they're asking for?
That was your last question.
Thank you, Speaker.
My understanding is they want it restored to the configuration prior to the installation of the bike lanes.
Councillor Turnus Lynn.
So can I just clarify from the speaker, I had originally put my name on the list to speak on the larger motion, not on...
Pardon?
Can I just clarify, am I, at this moment, like I had put my name on the list to speak to Mayor Chow's motion. Am I in the queue to speak to? Yes, you are. Okay, all right. Thank you.
We're dealing with two items.
Okay, I can speak to all. Can I speak to all of it, actually? Okay. Okay, so then first I just want to speak to Councillor Bradford's motion. I would be in favor of your motion if it spoke to how we were reconfiguring the bike lanes, because my concern with your motion is that a bike lane may end. And we know what happens when there's an obstruction to a bike lane and bikes suddenly go on into incoming traffic. Not only does it slow, like from a physics standpoint, it slows traffic, but also it presents danger to cyclists. So I would rather see an alternative solution, and ultimately, I do believe that alternative solutions, if we have to go to those, are best done at the local. And so now I'll speak to where we get local voice on that. And so now I will speak to the larger motion on the floor. I want to say that, first of all, I agree with my colleagues that this is a clear issue of provincial overreach, where the Government of Ontario is yet again undermining our municipal decision-making. First and foremost, I have always believed in using data-driven and community-based approaches when it comes to decisions that we make in
places like City Hall, and particularly when it comes to safe cycling infrastructure planning in Toronto. Because we have to consider where bike lanes will be best used, and we have to consider not just the minimizing the impacts on vehicular traffic, but also prioritizing safety. Safety of cyclists, but also safety for drivers. As a driver myself, it's really important that I don't want to hit anybody else. At the end of the day, I think we can all agree that it should be Toronto residents and transportation experts that are contributing to these local decisions and not a provincial cabinet minister from Brampton. I was elected with a strong mandate by the residents of Don Valley West because I am a local voice. I live in the ward and I have experience representing our community's priorities, as I've done with the TDSB and which I will now do at the city. But as I knocked on thousands of doors over the last few months, if there was one thing I really had that was a very clear takeaway, it is that residents in our city care about their neighborhoods and they want to be involved in local decision making. The issue of provincial overreach is not only limited to active transportation. We have seen a sustained erosion of City Council's role and by extension, community input in the planning process. The province also made the unilateral decision, I will remind everyone, behind closed doors and without any prior community consultation to shutter the Ontario Science Centre, a decision that I was firmly opposed to, and that my community and 74% of GTA residents that were opposed to in an OPSU poll. Rather than expending nearly $50 million in taxpayer dollars tearing up Toronto streets, I'm calling for more accountability on the province's endlessly delayed Eglinton Crosstown LRT construction project, which has caused significant traffic congestion and infiltration in Ward 15, and I know other neighboring wards, for more than a decade, I would point out. The residents of Toronto ultimately must have a voice on the issues that impact them directly, and that includes active transportation infrastructure, development, new transit projects, and the future of the Ontario Science Centre. As city councillors, we know our communities best, and the people we represent should be at the heart of our decision making. Thank you.
Oh, is it my turn? Okay. So, Madam Speaker, Bloor Street also is part of my ward on the east side. And I can say to you that we have great cycling infrastructure in and around my ward, and it's well utilized. One life lost is one life too many. Build it and they will come. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was in Copenhagen with Barbara Gray, and 80% of people in Copenhagen ride their bikes. It's incredible to see. People are always at the heart and the center of everything that they do. And I think it's important that we change our mindset here in this city and in this province as to how we interact with people that are on foot, that are on bikes. And also, too, in Copenhagen, cars are invited into the spaces. It's a privilege to be in that space. It's not a right. And based on the conversation we're having in this chamber, it sounds like cars are king, and they are not. We need to put people at the heart of all of our decisions. It breaks my heart to see that 6 people have died in the city of Toronto so far this year. And last year, several people in my own ward have died. You know, it's heartbreaking to have to go to these memorials and seeing the look of despair on the faces of loved ones, when we know that all of these deaths are preventable. So we have a social responsibility here in this chamber to ensure that all our citizens are safe. The young, the old, and everyone in between. And that's what I want to convey here today. I really appreciate
the mayor's motion here and also to Councillor Sachs's advocacy on this issue. I myself am a cyclist. Last year, my partner broke their arm as a result of a car. And so again, like, I have seen how this impacts people in a real-time basis. So I want to expand bike lanes across the city of Toronto, especially in my ward. I mean, one of the things I'm looking at, is Jarvis Street. I'd like to have that changed and put bike lanes on that. And I swear to you, before I leave this council in the next 5 or 6 years, bike lanes will be on Jarvis Street. And I'm saying that publicly right now. So again, thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Prutza to speak. Councillor Prutza.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to say a couple of words on this issue. I want to start off by saying that I don't always agree with the decisions that are made here. I'm a cyclist. I've ridden Bloor Street. Riding a bike is an absolutely personal type of experience. I used to feel safer when I occupied the full lane on Bloor Street, right in the middle of the lane. Cars didn't allow cars to go around me, and then I rode my bike, on Bloor Street. It felt much safer than the lane that has been installed. But that's me personally. I understand that not everyone else is like me. We have a provincial government that has moved some legislation, and I got to tell you, if this legislation is allowed to stand, we will never put another bike lane in anywhere. That's a fact. Because if this government, has that legislation in front of it and there, and we have to review all the bike lanes everywhere, they will never allow another one anywhere. And I don't know if that's the actual intention here. I don't think that this is about bike lanes, by the way, not at all. I think the provincial legislation is about, Premier Ford's visceral instincts. We all had him here. His office was next to mine downstairs. I got to see him up close for 4 years, and I can tell you this about him. He has a great visceral sense of public mood. He does. There's no question. And it's very much part of his success. Here's what I think he knows, what his visceral sense is telling him. He has a storm cloud in his horizon that he can't get rid of. That storm cloud is an election, a provincial election. He's looking at that storm cloud in the mouth and he's saying to himself, you know what? You know what that storm cloud is all about? It's about affordability. It's about the fact that people can't afford their new grocery bills. They can't, and you know what his answer is to that? Zilch. You don't have an answer. It's about the cost of housing. Up and up and up and up, and that's what people are worried about. And you know what his answer to that is? Zilch, blah, blah, blah. And people see through that. Interest rates, killing the economy. In a short while, you're going to have thousands of construction workers unemployed. For how long, we don't know. But they're going to be unemployed for a period of time. You know what his answer is to that? Interest rates that are essentially killing the economy? Zilch. Credit card rates. People are being choked on their credit cards by banks and others. You know what his answer is to that? Zilch. Phone bills. Phone bills. The telecom companies just gouging the hell out of people. You know what his answer is to that? Zilch. Energy costs. Despite all the stickers on all the pumps, you know what's been happening to energy costs? Up and up and up. And you know what his answer is to that? Zilch. TV. Television. As basic as that. You know what his answer is to that? Zilch. Now don't get me started on health care, education, and everything else. Because he don't have an answer on any of those either. You know what he has been doing? You know, burning billions of dollars on beer deals in the hope that people forget about all that other stuff that he has a zilch answer on, right? You know what else he's doing? He's taking our property tax dollars in Toronto, $2.2 billion of property tax dollars that are paid by Torontonians. You know what he's doing? He's cutting everybody in Ontario a check for $200. You know, in the hopes of what? In the hopes that they forget all the other stuff that he has an answer on. And what is his answer on the other stuff? On affordability? Zilch.
5 seconds, 5 seconds.
That's where it's all about. There's a storm cloud coming for him.
Thank you,
and that cloud
Councillor
is getting him.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak. Well, before Councillor Holiday speaks, Mayor Chow.
Given that we are ending at 6, right? Let us take a break and come back. I'm just looking at, there's only 26 items, so there's not a huge amount of stuff. Let us try to come back. I believe we
At
go to
6:30.
6:30?
We come
Okay.
back at 6:30.
We will, or we could leave at 6:30 and come back at 7. Either way, what do people?
Well, let's just do it 6 and come back at 6:30. That's what we normally do. Huh? And your motion is to complete the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
Or can we do the 6:30 and come back at 7? Because I want to, this item, just finish this item. It's at 5:25. If we can just get this item done. If not, we lose momentum. There is a few other speakers, so I'm wondering whether we could at least bear.
Okay, so why don't, Mayor, okay, was suggested maybe what your motion should say is that we complete this item and then break for 30 minutes and come back.
No later than, say, 6:30. You know what? But let's not confuse it. We'll break at 6. We'll be back at 6:30. Okay.
Okay.
And then we'll finish the agenda.
And to complete the agenda,
And complete
right?
the agenda, that's
Okay,
right.
we have a motion. Yes, but hold on. On favor of the mayor's motion? Okay.
It's to break at 6 and come back at 6:30.
At 6:30. Okay, Councillor. Well, we're not doing that now, Councillor Fletcher. We're in the middle of an item. Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak. Go ahead.
Speaker, council broke it. They broke Bloor, they broke it real bad. That's why we're here today. You know, the irony is bike lanes doesn't even appear, the words don't even appear in the notices of motion. You know why? Because it's about politics. Council has done a better job in its speeches today than the NDP opposition at Queen's Park. We just heard it from Councillor Perruzza. The loyal opposition taking a fight at Queen's Park. People have tried to characterize this about, what about the $48 million? My question is how did council spend $27 million on paint and flexi posts and cement curbs? If council can't see how bad it's become, how much of a rift there is out in the West End, how much of a break in the fidelity between the relationship of a councillor and the electorate and what they expect of their elected officials to do to represent them in this chamber. And you've lost the fundamentals of the job. You know, citizens feel insulted, they feel upset, they feel like they've been gaslight because they've been stuck in traffic paralysis only to be told, well, it's just a few seconds, or the emergency response time is getting better. They know better. They're experiencing this every day. You got to hear them. You have to listen to them. If you're doing this anyways, then you're caught. It's about pure ideology that's guiding the hand on the vote button. Because it's no longer about the needs and the wishes of the electors. This is done in spite of them. That's why somebody stepped in. You know, the double standards today are incredible. So we just had a fight about renovictions, right? Something that is a landlord-tenant issue. And yet when somebody else turns around and does that in this chamber, oh boy, everything goes up. Why is there a double standard? Why is it not okay the other way around? Council does this all the time. They apparently step in to fix things. The most disturbing, though, is the other double standard. I asked questions of the mayor, and I asked about her, it got into her position on this. And she says, you know, well, I take the position of the local councillor on this. I hope Councillor Morley's got big shoulders to carry the weight of this item, because people are incredibly upset about this. And the mayor's just put it on Councillor Morley's shoulders, because the mayor says that she's there to support what Councillor Morley's going to do with this. You know what? Councillor Morley is the local councillor by a few hundred meters. And I consider myself a local councillor as well, because it affects the residents of Ward 2. But it's the needs and wishes of that local councillor, the anointed one in this case. No disrespect.
Congratulations.
The mayor's cut herself out of this. But you know, the other double standard, though, if it's all about the local councillor, is I moved motions here on behalf of the local community when it came to the cycling plan. Those got voted down. It wasn't about this local councillor anymore. It was about ideology. Yes, indeed. Council has done this in spite of the residents, not in support of. You broke it, Council, Madam Speaker. Council won't fix it. Just step aside and let somebody else fix it for you. It's the easiest way out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
I have a motion.
Okay. Does the staff have your motion?
City Councilor, City Manager report back on the feasibility of placing signs on city roads where there are traffic delays resulting from the provincial mandate to remove bike lanes from Toronto roads, and that these signs would read, "The road congestion and traffic delay is a result of Premier Ford's Bill 212. So I'd like to see that report come back. Listen, you know, whenever there are serious problems throughout history or in the city of Toronto, it's no different here in Canada, there's always an attempt by the population who doesn't have time to look at the complex causes of something to scapegoat something or someone. That's what they do. So they look around, they see congestion all over Toronto, they see you know, bumper-to-bumper traffic. So they're trying to find out who's causing this congestion. Well, now they've all come to the answer. It's the bike lanes. They're causing all the congestion. On the 401, 500,000 cars a day. Do they Where's the bikes on the 401? Where are they? This is how ludicrous this argument has become, to where we've got majority of people in Toronto, I think, found the answer to congestion. It's bike lanes. It's bikes. Yet they only take up, I think, 4% of the road surfaces in Toronto. 4%. The other 96% are cars and trucks. Yet bike lanes. Wherever I go, I meet people, and business people come to me, Mike, I've got a serious issue I want to discuss with you. I said, what? The development, the lack of sewers, hydro, the homeless? No, I want to talk about bike lanes. I said, okay. But I do understand their frustration because there is a serious problem of congestion. But what the worst thing about this approach that the Premier has taken, it takes away from the solutions that are not quick fix, silver bullet solutions. Like, God forbid, he should complete the effing Eglinton Crosstown. After 13 years, you think he would focus in on finding out why the Eglinton Crosstown tunnel is sinking. Why wouldn't he concentrate? Imagine the congestion that causes. If we had the Eglinton Crosstown running, the Finch LRT running, and if he ever moved the trucks up to the 407, you can imagine that would do something, but no. So after 5 weeks of holidays, where Queen's Park didn't even sit, the first thing they do when they come back to Queen's Park, bike lanes. Not health care, not the homeless, not the catastrophe in housing. No. The highest unemployment in Canada is in Ontario. No. Bike lanes. So he's convinced everybody that this is the ultimate solution to all of the problems. The most important problem that we have in Toronto will be solved by his bulldozing bike lanes. And this is why we have to, I think, take the tone of Mayor Chow, sit down with the Minister of Transportation, who's from Brampton, where if you want to see congestion, go up to Brampton. I'm sure he's a real expert on congestion in Toronto, too. He's been a 3-month minister. So let's at least sit down with them and say, here, there are things we can do. Yes, there are bike lanes that need to be improved, altered, sure. Let's do that. But let's not basically try to surrender the fact that we are trying to deal, and our staff's trying to deal with this reality of congestion in a meaningful way on a daily basis. Whether it's the TTC and all their efforts, whether it's our transportation, this, what's happening with the Gardner concern, these are real issues we've got to continue to grapple with. But let's not buy
10 seconds, Councillor Cole.
But let's not
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cole, we spoke last night. That's not what you told me last night. Councillor Cheng to speak. Yes, what's your privilege?
You know, by that comment, you are basically impugning my integrity.
No, I'm not.
I want you to withdraw that.
Okay, I'll withdraw it.
And don't do it again.
I'm just telling the truth. Councillor Cheng. Okay, I withdraw it. I withdraw it.
Oh my God.
That's fine. Councillor Cheng to speak. Councillor Cheng to speak. I withdraw the comment. I said I withdraw it. Councillor Cheng to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Deputy Mayor Cole's words are a hard act to follow, but Deputy Mayor Malik encouraged me to share my thoughts on this very important matter. And you know, in 2018, I signed up to run for City Council for the first time. I printed T-shirts, got together a team for Ward 29, only to see the map that I printed on all my materials disappear with a stroke of a notwithstanding clause. Fast forward to 2024, and thankfully, I am a city councillor. Now, my ward has mixed feelings about bike lanes, which we are not sure will be implemented with this legislation. However, my strong commitment was eloquently echoed by my colleague, Councillor Chernos Lynn, that the voice of our local residents has to matter. My ward is a hybrid urban and suburban neighborhood. Many of my residents need to drive and park in order to access Yonge Street, while others living along Yonge Street in vertical communities bike and walk as part of their daily lives. Competing interests are always difficult in our line of work, but the best way forward to navigate difficult decisions is to listen to our community and chart a path based on common ground. That is my intention as we move forward in the design of Transform Yonge. We now have e-scooters and e-bikes zipping across our sidewalks, endangering the lives of our seniors and pedestrians. We have to build a future that listens. The best way forward for these decisions, including the pain points currently experienced on Bloor West, is to listen to the community and chart a path forward. Is it messy? Yes, it is. Is it painful? Sometimes it is. But that is what democracy is, and that is what we're fighting for. The provincial override could deny me the opportunity to work in a meaningful way with my community to come up with a safe and inclusive transformation for Yonge Street. But this motion is not about bike lanes. It's about our democracy. As Torontonians, we are already the most underrepresented constituents in Canada, with an average of 120,000 constituents per councillor. The shrinking of council was already a huge override and silencing of local voices. We cannot let the voices of Torontonians be overridden as a political tool of another level of government. We must fight to maintain the integrity of our local democracy, because if we choose not to do this, people are going to give up on participating, and I think that would be the worst outcome. If people feel like their voices no longer matter, and sometimes that is what they feel, they won't show up, they won't vote, and our democracy will be at the behest of people who have vested interests, power, and money. We do not want that future. We want to protect our democracy. So I will fully support this motion, and I think we should all support our mayor in protecting Toronto's voice. Thank you.
Okay, let's ring the bells and let's vote. On CC 23.1, motion by Councillor Cole. No, hold on. Sorry, it's Mayor Chow's motion, CC 23.1. So,
recorded vote.
I'd like to separate 1 through 5 and 6, 7, 8. 1 through 5 is a package and 6, 7, 8 is a package.
okay, so 1 through 5, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please, your vote. Parts 1 to 5 of motion 1 carry. The vote is 21 to 4.
Okay, 6, 7, 8. Did we want a recorded vote on that one too? Recorded vote, 6, 7, 8.
Members, only items 6, 7, and 8 are showing on your screens. 1 through 5 are blanked out. Councillor Perruzza, please. The balance of motion 1 carries. The vote is 22 to 3.
Okay, next motion. On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, your vote, please. Councillor Chernis-Lynn, please. Motion 2 carries. The vote is 23 to 2.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Bradford.
Councillor Canavelle, please. Councillor Burnside. Councillor Chernis-Lynn, please. Motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 6 to 18.
Motion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside and Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Canadavelle, please. Motion 4 carries. The vote is 14 to 11.
Okay, item C. Okay, item is amended? Oh.
Recorded vote?
There were no recommendations.
Oh, okay. So we have to vote on the item, don't we? No?
Madam Speaker, the item was here without recommendations. All of the motions
okay.
have been voted on.
So it's
and
that.
that is the
and
item.
Councillor Sachs's motion is redundant. Okay, on the member's motion, yeah, MM 23.14 is redundant. Okay. All right. Does anybody have quick releases before we recess? Okay, if we can clear the screen. Councillor Sachs.
I have, sorry, hang on. I have a motion on CC 23.10. I think staff have it ready.
Are you releasing it?
I'm releasing it with a motion, with an amendment.
Okay, do we have the motion? It was advance circulated, so if we can put it on the screen. CC 2310.
Yeah, 38 Walmer Road, exactly.
Yeah, there it is on the screen. 38 Walmer Road. Councillor Perks, you.
We're doing quick releases, yes.
Okay, let's hold it down. Okay.
He's fine. I've got the same one on the.
Okay, there it is.
Okay.
On the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Okay, I have an identical motion on CC 23.15, 40 Walmer Road.
Okay. Can we put it on the screen? CC 2316, 15.
Yeah, it's the same motion.
Okay, there it is. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
I have one more. IE 17.5. I have a motion.
This is the enhanced nighttime security at Green Pea parking.
Yes, I have a motion asking for a safety audit at a particularly dangerous lot in Chinatown, which was, the staff should have it.
Okay, so the amendment.
You can only request it? This is what they asked? This is their wording.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, let's hold the item down because we still have to work on that.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
Councillor Myers. Councillor Myers?
I'd like to release MM 2326 with the recorded vote. Toronto Transit Commission environmental report for the conversion of the Scarborough Rapid Transit right-of-way busway project, Terra Avenue and Moorgate Avenue bus stops.
What? Which number is it?
MM 2326.
2326. Okay. Okay. And you want a recorded vote?
Please.
Okay, so if we can put that, please, on the screen so we know what we're voting on.
Yes.
Just stand by, members. The item, Speaker, the item does not carry. The vote is 5-17.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chang? Okay, I'm sorry. One more?
I'd like to release MM 23.34, appointment of Fire Chief and General Manager, Toronto Fire Services.
Okay. Recorded vote, did you want?
No.
No. Okay.
May I have a recorded vote, please, Speaker? Speaker?
Yes, okay, we'll have a recorded vote then.
Thank you.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Yeah. Okay, and
The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay. Councillor Cheng.
I have a motion for NY 18.6, 150 to 160 Cactus Avenue. I just want to speak briefly. This is a rental.
No, okay, Councillor Cheng, it's a quick item,
Oh, okay.
sorry. We have to break.